Alright. The 10 minutes are up, I think, now, so we're just gonna get started here. So, yeah, let's get this set up. So yeah, everyone who is here already, welcome. So we're going to be watching every single submission that we have for this Shoot the Spoiler. I am going to be watching them all in chronological order, or, you know, in the order of every category, from lowest ranked to highest ranked. So we will be starting with 2-5 first. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be replaying every single replay twice, because these replays go by pretty fast. At least most of these do, so, you know, and this also gives me some time to explain stuff and, you know, if necessary, ask some questions. You know, there might be some things that I'm missing, so, you know, we'll just see what happens. So yeah, first up we have 2-5. That's this scene. The other scene, actually, yeah, this category was called Chill Out, and the other scene that we had was 2-4, I believe, so this one did not get picked. So what you want to do for this scene is you want to lure Cirno in the same direction as, you know, where you are. So if you're to the left of Cirno, you want her to move left as well, which is pretty easy since there's no movement RNG in regards to horizontal movement in this game. And so you want to take the photo when the jelly beans are aiming in the same direction as the direction she's moving towards. So you want her to move. If she moves right, you want the jelly bean. You want one row of the jelly beans to be moving straight right, so that the other two directions of the jelly beans will be going to the opposite corners of the photo. And this seems to be just a basic run. No specific tricks. I don't think this one got any nice shots either. Actually, it got, yeah, that is a nice shot. Just like a last, or one of the last zoom frames you can get it on. So we'll just watch it again. So you're seeing that these jelly beans explode into smaller bullets. Well, in this game, explosions are actually worth a lot more base value than the bullets that explode out of it. You know, these little pellets and icicle bullets. They are worth, like, I don't know, like somewhere around 2.5 times the base value. So a perfectly executed photo, or, you know, at least a photo that has correct placement on the first photo, for example, at best you can get like 10k, but if you include explosions, then it suddenly becomes worth somewhere up to 30k. So, you know, on the first photo already, you can just see what the difference is. So, if we're looking at, like, if we look at the photos themselves, like, I can't really zoom in on them, but if you're seeing the photo that is highlighted here, you can see that there's explosions, you know, at the top, bottom, and to the right. That is more or less what you want. I'm actually not sure if that explosion at the bottom counted, but ideally you would want to have the photo a little bit more aimed down, I think. Because sometimes when you have these explosions, like, only for 50% in the photo, it doesn't count. Or like only some of the explosions will count, because I'm pretty sure these groups of free explosions are actually just a bunch of explosions stacked on top of each other. Actually I can't, because this is full screen. So, I mean, if it's really necessary for me to do that, I can do that. But I think I can describe what I'm trying to look for anyway. But yeah, you want to see like these three groups of explosions, and I think on photo 2 you can see it a little bit as well. But yeah, like you want 2 directions of these jelly beans to be aiming towards 2 of the corners of the photo, because that way you'll have the most room for error. Alright, so that was Amlux. Next we have TSG with a bit of a score jump. Okay, so it seems like he's not gonna bother with the first photo, because, I mean, the first photo isn't worth that much, and you can see that Cirno starts firing a lot more bullets after the first photo. And no, you can't actually. You can't cycle through photos and shoot the bullet at least. Trying to remember if you even can in DS. I honestly can't really think of it right now. So a big reason why these nice shots are being missed a lot actually is because most of these photos have different timings. So Cirno has different timer intervals for photo 1 and 2, then 3, then 4 and 5. So if you count the nice shot in at least a certain rhythm, then the nice shots of photo 1 and 2 will come after counting to 6. Photo 3 will have intervals of counting to 5, and with 4 and 5 you have to count to 4. So you have to get used to different timings, which is honestly pretty hard. So, but there is actually something you want to do on the first photo. On the first photo, since you want to get the explosions, you actually want to use a chime timing instead. So you're hearing these chimes right now, right? Those are... The chimes that you hear are the explosions, so you're trying to time the first photo at least as soon as you hear the chime. Or, you know, you're trying to do it on top of, you know, as soon as a chime appears. And then for the rest of these photos, you have to use the nice shot instead, because there's way too many jelly beans, so they just fire too fast. There's no rhythm you can get out of that. So ideally, you actually take these photos like... I mean, you see like that you're going in circles, right? So you want to take the nice shot, you know, obviously, like I said, you want to take the nice shot when one of the jelly beans is moving straight left or right, depending on where you are. But you also want to take it while you're going downwards during your circling. So since TSG went counterclockwise, at least on the last photo, you want to take the photo when you're to the left of Cirno. If you were going clockwise, you would want to take the photo when you're to the right of Cirno. Next up, we have Caballo. He's actually a very new player from what I can tell. I think he only just started playing touhou, in fact. So I actually wonder where he even found this competition from. But yeah, anyway, that's still pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, he is going for chime timings. He timed the photo. I think he timed the photo on a wrong cycle. I don't think that's the cycle you want to get it on. That third photo is quite good, actually. I think the high photo is actually a high 60. Trying to remember. Like, let me just real quick try to recall the sum of bests, because I don't quite remember. Oh, yeah, so you want to have like a high 70 actually, but 67 is still pretty good. The positioning of these jelly beans seems to be good. You also want to get a lot of these leftovers in the corner, as you see. Like, those still do give a decent amount of score, but it's mostly explosions. Also, as far as that goes, I'm not actually sure if you can even get a reliably high score, because the score does depend a little bit on, you know, how many explosions you get in the photo. Okay, so it was like a non-touhou surfer, I guess. Yeah, so that fourth photo was probably just, you know, done real fast. Maybe he didn't get past the first photo that often. The pattern does get pretty tricky after the third photo. Oh, nice. Yeah. Alright, next up we have Pigeon. After Pigeon, we seem to be getting towards, you know, some significantly higher scores, at least in comparison. Okay, so he's aiming straight right. Okay, I guess he's not taking that. I guess he missed some explosions there, I think. It's a bit hard to follow because, like, this is like a very different route from what I was doing. Because I was just copying Hakuta. Pretty sure. So I don't actually think you want to do this, like streaming in focus speed, because you're just moving too much. And you want to be in control of the jelly beans. Like, you want to have the jelly beans in very exact spots. Well, like, not super precise, but you know, you want to be in control of it. So, did that third photo even, like, score a nice shot? Because that seems pretty high if it wasn't a nice shot. Maybe it was like it probably was a very late one. I might be seeing a very tiny speck of red there. But yeah, the chime timing on this first is there. That's at least one you want to go for, because if you want to time it with the nice shot, it's just like, you know, it's quite inconsistent. Like, I probably failed, like on the photo 2, the intervals are the same, but I fail the second photo a lot, like way more than 50%. Yeah, okay, that was a 1.2. That would have been quite godlike almost if that wasn't a nice shot. And it didn't exactly seem like it had the right composition. Yeah, I'm gonna watch every replay twice. I'm partly doing that because that gives me more time to explain, plus like a lot of people are going to use different routes that I'm not used to seeing, so that gives me some more chance to, you know, say something about it. So, okay, yeah, this is the first photo, or the first submission that does get the nice shot on the first photo, on top of the chime timing. And 25 is about the minimum that I was going for in my last days of grinding. Yeah, Gebbu seems to be going in focus speed as well. It was probably one of the first scenes he played, so he probably wasn't told about like using charge speed or anything. Maybe. At least at least the timings are there mostly. It's only the second photo that he missed. Yeah, I mean, if it takes too long, I can always just ditch that idea. I mean, it's just what I choose to do. I should probably just not pause too long, like, between replays. Yeah, so Kana seems to be doing what I'm kind of used to seeing in terms of routing, because yeah, you want to like aim the jelly beans to the right in this case for a little bit longer than you usually would. You know, when you're misdirecting other directions. Yeah, he missed the fourth photo there, and the third photo scored very high, and the second photo was also pretty high. He actually did a very simplified strat on the first photo. You see, he's just taking a straightaway like that, which is definitely very consistent. You know, if you just want to get a submission real quick, that definitely works. Anyway, yeah, like, I'm not quite sure how long this is gonna last. So but yeah, you know, I did prepare for a long stream, but you know, I'm totally okay with that. Now, also on the fourth and fifth photo, you actually want Cirno to move up before you take the photo. I forgot exactly what the reason for it is, though. Like, there was some reason for it, I just don't remember. Alright, next is my run. 332k. So yeah, I'm aiming the photo to the left while I'm doing that, because that centers Cirno a little bit more. But there's a lot of movement RNG still involved when you're actually taking that first photo. So depending on what the RNG is, that will affect your score. It's a very high photo. I believe I messed up the fourth photo a bit. Yes, okay, she moved up, so that was correct, but I timed the photo late. Now, I want Cirno to move up here, but she's not doing it, so I have to skip that rotation. I have to skip it again. You can see the dodging gets pretty tight. The big bullets, the big round bullets, actually have really small hitboxes, so they are not actually as scary as they seem, but they can still look scary. And yeah, I had to take that photo because I was gonna time out otherwise. So that photo did actually get cut off a little bit. Also, like, I didn't actually mention about how you time this, or at least a way you can time this. So, you know, I timed this first one with the chime times, of course. And then I do something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, yeah. And then here I need to count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. And then to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the fifth photo is the exact same timing, I believe. Also, unfortunately, I can't like speed up replays in this. I can do that in DS, but not here. At least that was still a well-timed photo. I think that was more or less perfect. It was just slightly cut off. That was the only problem. Alright, next we got Chum with 365k. So I'm gonna see what this movement RNG is gonna be. Because yeah, you want Cirno to move straight left when she does that, and yeah, you get a really high photo like that. The best that I've seen is like mid 32k, which is probably just RNG with the bullets. So he timed that photo a bit early, but he used zoom frames to kind of make up for it. And, you know, zoom frames give you a little bit of extra time to fix your timing. Plus, zoom frames slow the game down to, like, I think it's like 1/3 or 1/4 speed. And nice shots in general, like at least 1.5 nice shots are about like 3 frames. And that becomes like somewhere around 12 to 13 frames if you're using zoom frames. So that fourth photo was actually a 1.4, but it was still high. So that might have actually been a high 1.4 because in this game, multipliers are actually... There's actually a second decimal. There's actually a second decimal in these multipliers, but they don't actually show. But they do affect your score. So, you know, you will often probably see 1.4 timings that still seem to score high. And that's probably because you got a high 1.4. And the best photo you can get on the first is actually a high 1.3. Like, you don't want to get an early 1.3 because then you don't get the explosion in the photo. So you lose like 20k if that happens. Or something like that. Yeah, she moved up there, that's what you want to see. It does actually say 1.9 boss shot, but it seems like Cirno is actually pretty close to the middle, so it's probably a high 1.9. So it's relatively negligible in terms of the score loss. By the way, it's also kind of difficult to see where Cirno's going during this because of all the big bullets that are obscuring her. But yeah, this is actually an extremely good run. The first photo is extremely high. The second photo is extremely high. The third is really high. The fourth one is, well, just high, but it's still very good. And the fifth is very high. And this is actually the new record because Iya actually has 364k, I heard. And he beats it by 1k, so... I mean, it's definitely an accomplishment, being able to beat Iya. Alright, next we're going to go to 6-8. That is the scene right here. And it was up against, I forget which one it was. This one. Alright, so first off we have Caballo. I suspect this is going to be a simplified non-nice shots routes of some sort. Yeah, he's also hugging the side because you can actually do that. I think not even the slash can reach you on the side. I think he is trying the aiming strategy that you are supposed to use because you like either aim, at least from this position, you aim like left or right. Or, sorry, you aim either left or down left. Yeah, he was just going for a fast clear. I'll try to go in more detail when we get to the higher scoring ones, because there's not really much to say about these, I think. But you know, the general idea is that you want to get bullets from past waves into the photo as much as you can. And you can do that with the previous two waves on this first phase. Like, normally what you would do is first lure her to the bottom, then top, and then lure her to somewhere around the middle. So you can get the bullets from both top and bottom, partially. Next we have Pigeon. This is probably going to be a somewhat similar run, but he will probably wait a bit less, or wait a bit longer before he takes the photo. Now, okay, he times that one around the same, but maybe he just have more bullets. He probably waits more waves. Yeah, okay, that one he took later. Like, if you're not going for nice shots, you actually want to wait a little bit. Oh, that was really close. Okay, what's he gonna do here? Okay. I'll play it again. I mean, these replays do go by pretty quick, so I don't think there's much of a problem just showing them twice for the most part. Maybe with 12-8 I'll just show them once because of how long they last. Although I suspect that there's going to be a few replays in there that don't even clear in the first place. Because of the extremely large gaps in score. But we'll see. But yeah, ideally you would actually go for nice shots on this, but you can go for strats that skip the nice shot but still score pretty high. This is not one of these because of, well, the strategy used, really. Alright, now we have a big score jump. Now with Amlux. I suspect that Amlux is going to do a non-nice shot strategy that scores high. Yeah, like, see, like, these already score a lot higher. Ideally, you go for, like, a 1.6 boss shot on these, because you wanna... Like, if you go for a 2.0 boss shot, like, sure, you're going to get more multiplier, but you are also going to lose a lot of bullets in your photo. And if you choose to lose the boss shot, you're actually gaining a little bit more score. The extra base value that you get is actually worth more. Oh my god. The base value you gain is worth more than the boss shot you lose. However, I do think once you get in the 1.5 range, you start to lose score again. But you can still get high photos if you go for 1.5s or even 1.4s. And yeah, for this last phase, you want to aim, or you want to lure these waves gradually more down, which is what Amlux is doing. So he was scoring double of what Pigeon was scoring. Yeah, I mean, like these photos seem actually like totally fine with the strategy. Actually, like I'm sure you could do, yeah, I'm sure you could do better, but you know, in general, like you know, this strategy is, you know, sort of set in stone. So when you're away from the side of the screen, you don't actually have to aim that much. Like you will actually already be getting 1.6 boss shot like he is doing. Or, you know, more or less. Yeah, you see with this strategy, you also barely have to dodge anything. Like, you have to go through some, you know, wide gap bullets, but otherwise it was pretty safe. Which is, by the way, also why you should, you know, look at other people's strategies and, you know, ask around. Because you're almost guaranteed to, you know, be missing a strategy that you just weren't thinking of. Alright, so next we have TSG. This is probably going to be where the main strategies start to come into play. Yeah, so here we have the thing that is the colorful shot. So with this strategy, oh wait, he's taking the next photo a lot sooner. I don't think that's, wow, that actually worked. I didn't expect that to work. Okay, wait, now I guess he's going to the bottom. Yeah, okay. Maybe he like forgot the route or something. I don't know. Yeah, you wanna like sit, like either, you wanna, like, okay, you wanna be next to YOUMU, but you can also be above her, or a bit to the right, like it really depends, because, like, okay, let's say you're to the, like, let's say you're next to YOUMU, you can probably just aim to the right. Like, you probably don't need to aim down right. But let's say you are a little bit up left to YOUMU, you probably want to aim down right. So depending on the positioning, you actually want to aim your photo differently. And I actually have a strategy myself that requires me to not do any downward aiming, which I actually think is more consistent because you actually get more bullets that way, while still actually getting the colorful shot. Because the thing is, colorful shot is a little bit luck-based. Like, it does depend on the strategy you use, but it is a little bit inconsistent. And it is mostly because of the light blue bullets, I believe. Like, I don't know if this is actually a requirement for colorful shots, but if I had to assume, you need bullets of 3 different colors, and you need at least 10 of each. I think that is more or less the requirement for a colorful shot. Yeah, that third photo scored very high. Also, on the last photo, you're not gonna be worrying about colorful shots anymore. Okay, it's dark blue and light green. I thought it was the bullets from below. Like, the cyan the cyan ones, or light blue. And yeah, TSG just said like nope to those to that last photo, because it is actually by far the hardest to survive. Alright, next up we have Geb, or Gebbu. So, on the second wave, no wait, on the third wave, you can actually lure YOUMU to various heights, and depending on what height you choose, you may have to adjust your strategy a little bit. But I think you can have high-scoring photos, like whether you can get higher photos even if you aim YOUMU a bit higher or lower than what might be preferred. So I generally, like, what you would normally do, I believe, is that you choose, you try to look for the third leaf on like this list of photos, and you align more or less there. What I do personally is I aim a little bit lower than that, and I try to lure YOUMU less up on the next wave to not have to aim downwards, which ended up actually working quite well, and this is the strategy that Gebbu ended up using as well. Which is exactly why I actually tried to share the strategy, because I thought it was really consistent. When I was aiming down, like, and with this strategy you're also not aiming down at all. Okay, so yeah, I think yeah, so this timing was, for one thing, it was late, so he actually lost the score there. Yeah, so what I do is, like below the leaves, right? The third leaf, you see like 3 lines. I try to aim for the lowest one, I believe. Or no, I think the middle one. Like I align myself for the middle line that meets with the screen itself. I think you were using various heights actually, but I don't know if that was on purpose. So yeah, on this first one you're aligning with the lowest line. Yeah, then you aim straight right. Also, one funny thing about the scene, or I guess this game really, you see that in the bonuses, it displays colorful bonus to be plus 900 base value. This does not give you 900 base value. It doesn't. The game is lying to you. The base value is more like 6,300. Like if you calculate the more or less the difference between getting the colorful bonus and not, and take the multipliers into account, you actually it results in something more like around 6,000 base value. So the game is just lying to you. And like, while these numbers might not be exactly correct, it is more like it does give you the general idea of what the values actually are. Like, they are anything but correct. I don't think you want to actually move like this far to the right. Maybe it works, I don't know. This is at least not what I was doing. Alright, next we have True's PCB with slightly higher score. I did watch him stream this on like one of the first days, but then he stopped because his headphones broke, so rip. Okay, so he also aims right, but he aims for less frames, so he is getting a 1.7 buff shot, which you can also do that, but I think if you do that, you have a higher risk of losing the colorful bonus because, less of the visible screen is included in your photo. So like when you're aiming right, you should probably try to aim for as many frames as you can. Same goes for if you aim down right. I'm gonna assume that when we watch Chum's replay, we're gonna see him aim down right. And yeah, he missed the colorful shot there, so he lost like... I think that by itself loses you like 18k or something. Or what did I say in my screenshot again? Okay, yeah, it can lose you up to like 28k if your photo is really high, so it probably loses you about 20k at least. So you do really want to get these in your photo. Yeah, now you have to like move down with these bullets, and you have to just hope that there's gaps. And it seems like you got very easy RNG actually, because there were a lot of, you know, decently large gaps. The last photo is by far the hardest to survive, because like at least if you're doing this strategy, you are basically gonna have to just hope and pray that you're not gonna get walled. Also, in the final phase, these bullets actually don't always move in a 45-degree angle, which makes it even more awkward. So, like, if you're trying to move with the bullets diagonally, you can just die trying that. But you kind of have to, so... like, you don't really have a choice. You also can't hug the left side of the screen for too long, because if you do that, you're only inviting the possibility of getting walled even more. So you don't want to do that. Yeah, that lost... He probably could have had like something like 85k on that photo. Because that is actually a pretty high photo for missing the colorful shot. The highest that I've seen was like 68k. Like the highest non-colorful that you can get is more or less also the lowest colorful photo that you can get. Yeah, I mean, you do kind of have to move down. Like, you don't really have a choice unless you really play risky. But you like when you do that, you still want to make sure that you're actually aiming as much at like as many frames as possible without actually shrinking the frame. Anyway, now's my run. My high score actually says a higher score, but this is the highest score that I got during the competition. 2 days later, I think 2 days later I got the score that I wanted. Because I was basically aiming for a run that got all colorful shots, which, thanks to the strategy that I came up with, that was actually reasonable. So yeah, I tried to aim right for as long as I can, but you know, obviously it's not I'm not consistent with my execution. You see, like I'm trying to line up with that lowest line. And I'm also trying to lure YOUMU as little vertically as I can on that last wave, because I found that to be more consistent. But like if say YOUMU was moving more upwards, then I would try to move closer to YOUMU, because if you move closer to bosses in this game, your photo frame will actually be closer, or sorry, the frame will actually move past the boss, so the frame would actually be positioned lower, which would compensate for, you know, the amount of movement that I had on YOUMU. And that is actually my best, but I missed the colorful shot on the 4th, which is really sad. That could have been, was like 560. So yeah, that's too bad. My current PB actually kind of got well, not quite as good luck. So I lost 10k, around 10k due to just luck on the bullets. Like I still got all colorfuls, but I just got less bullets. Also, the reason that you're going unfocused while you're taking these defensives is so that you can actually like move the frame more up. Because if you go into focus speed while YOUMU is at the bottom right of the screen, you will actually be aiming the frame down left, or sorry, down right, and that's something you don't want, because you want to get rid of those bullets. Like you don't want to have to dodge through all of that crap. Also, you see risk shot is included in these photos as well. That bonus is also lying to you. It turns out that that bonus just straight up does nothing. Like, it does display a number and all, but really it's just as it's identical to the risk shot just not being there at all. Like when it comes to base value bonuses, Zoom just didn't know what it was doing. Like all the bonuses are just wrong. Alright, next we have Chum. I guess he just had his best... He probably missubmitted his score to Royal Flare, I guess. Yeah, he got 570, which, by the way, is not the record. But it's, like, pretty close, I think. I think the record was, like, 575k by IA. For IA standards, it's actually not that high of a score, actually. Like, the typical IA score would have you get 590k on this, which is actually my best case on this, that I one time just randomly got. Except I was even less consistent on the final photos, so there was no way I could have actually gotten that. So on that second photo, Chum was actually aiming left and down left during the same aiming process, which is quite advanced, and that's something that even I don't do. That's just a little bit too complicated for me. At least, it's not something that I would do when, you know, in this kind of competition setting, because I'm putting focus on every other scene as well. I could probably do it with practice, but I chose to go for 100% consistent aiming method. So yeah, my best pace would have 340 at this point, which is quite high. Chum's pace right here is actually worse than my PB is currently, but he got a super high last photo. But yeah, like the preferred average, I would say, at least for a high scoring run, is like 80k. Though you would want to get higher than that. You can get like, my best is like 94k, and I think Chum had like 95. Yeah, like I said, you probably would want to get a higher average. But you know, if you just want to get like a generally high scoring run like my my PB is, or my STS PB for that matter, I think 80k is fine. Like it's still a good score. I mean, and also like with this scene, you can't really help it. You kind of have to accept that you're going to get scores below 80k sometimes. Like no matter how consistent you are at the photo itself. Yeah, this is something you have to accept with this scene. Like there is a pretty high luck element to this. Like, it's not severe, but it is still something. Yeah, and obviously also, even if you have like a perfect strategy, it's still not foolproof for a colorful bonus. You have to accept that you're going to miss it sometimes. Alright, next up we have 9-5. That is this scene right here, which was up against the Jelly Bean scene, this one. Let's see. Right, first up we have Caballo. I'm not going to be able to explain too much on this scene because probably everyone has a different route on this and probably some improvise as well. But the general idea on this scene is that the route that you take ends up being completely static. Like, everything you do on this scene is completely planned out in advance, and that includes defensive shots. And all that planning that you're doing is also a setup for the final photo, because the final photo scores by far the most. Okay, yeah, he just went for a clear. That seems pretty clear to me. Like, he could have waited for that nice shot, but he just was like, nah. I mean, he is a new player, so, you know, it's to be expected. But yeah, like, once you, like, have a route, the general bullet composition of this whole pattern is 100% consistent. Like, the only inconsistent part of it is that there's a little bit of RNG in where the bullets are going to be positioned, because Eirin spawns these bullets, I think, randomly around a certain radius, but the direction that the bullets go is basically completely predictable. But because they spawn in somewhat random positions, the gaps that you get are random a little bit. But the general route that you take still ends up being more or less the same. Alright, next up we have Pigeon. Also, when you're doing a high-scoring route, you're going to need the entire 100-second timer on this. You're going to get extremely close to timing out. Well, like, when I say a certain radius, I mean like a circle, like around the boss itself. So, you know, it doesn't all spawn from one spot, but more so just, you know, within a big circle. Alright, there's at least one nice shot there. Also, like, obviously, these photos are not going to score the same, because every time... What the... That was a nice kamikaze in there. That seemed totally on purpose. Yeah, I guess right at the moment there's not really much else to say about this scene, because, I mean, like, as far as routing goes, sure, you can make up your own route, but I can't really say anything about it. The optimal route supposedly requires a shit ton of dodging that you have to do, and I wisely refused to skip that, because I think it scores like, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40k higher. But in return, you have, like, to dodge a lot more walls. Alright, so I don't know what Amulets is gonna do. Alright, so far this looks like my routes. Oh, that's actually a high photo. 142 is pretty high. I think the highest that I've seen is 149, I think. A high 149. Alright, this is also the same. I suspect that he's going to focus on survival after some amount of photos. Yeah, probably around here. Yeah. I have never seen 150k. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Also, like, as far as, like, actually learning this scene goes, like, this scene takes by far the longest to learn. Like, if you want a reference from me, like, probably most scenes took me an hour or less to learn properly. This scene took me over 8 hours. And, like, actually in my PB, I haven't actually fully learned the scene even. Because one of the photos is extremely awkward to take. I did actually learn a timing for it, but I never actually got to the photo often enough to be able to get a proper execution on it. I actually base my timing based on the timer ticking down, because it starts like beeping at the 10-second mark. Also, as far as timing photos goes, at least I think you can't really time this based on counting. I mean, you probably could, but the interval is just so large that I don't know how reliable that is. But the way I did it was just simply a visual cue. Like, if you take the same photos enough times, you can actually base it on a visual cue based on Eirin's animation, because she bops up and down a little bit. And so long as you follow the routes, that movement pattern is consistent, and you can time your photo based on that. Which is what I did for most photos. Alright, next up we have Kana. Oh, also I forgot to switch the score layout. Oops. Alright, so far this is familiar to the route that I was doing. Okay, yeah, he timed that one late, but it is, like, if you're not used to the scene, like, if you haven't played the scene enough times, you are definitely going to struggle a lot with the timing. Like, that is just something you have to accept with this scene, unless you have, like, superhuman rhythm or something, I don't know. Like, sure, in theory, but in practice, not so much. Also, yeah, I think at this point he's just taking photos as soon as he can. I think his route broke off after a third or so. Also, because of how much you have to learn in this scene, it is understandable that this is the scene that got the least submissions. Because, like, the problem with this scene also is you can't really practice it by skipping photos or, you know, using mods or whatever. Because you need the pattern to be, you know, in exactly the right spot every time, so you can't exactly skip photos, because that doesn't allow you to practice properly. Yeah, like I said, this route, the route that I ended up learning, took me 8 hours to learn, so... And I've only finished maybe like 5 runs. So yeah... it is a thing. Like, shoot the bullet is usually actually a very simple game. You know, same goes with learning, but with the scenes that we have, STB actually ends up being the harder game. Like, at least as far as my experience goes. Alright, so now we're getting into a huge score jump. This is my run. So this is going to be the same route, except I'm going to play it out till the very end. So, you know, I learned the entire route. So what I did there is I moved it down and then back up. And the reason for that is that if you move towards the boss, but then move away from the boss, the frame will actually move towards the boss. And that is something that only happens in this game. This does not happen in Double Spoiler. And that basically allowed me to skip having to aim the photo. And you're going to see that in the last photo as well, which is a huge help. Because otherwise on the final photo you would have to aim a little bit, and I mean, if I can avoid aiming, that's just, you know, awkwardness that I can't avoid. So yeah, on this part I have to dodge a lot of walls, but I actually got easy RNG here, so... Usually the RNG is a lot harder there. And yeah, all of these defenses are completely scripted, all on purpose. Now this part was really tricky for me, so this fifth photo I just could not really learn to take properly, so... I did get a nice shot there, but it was still very grotesquely mistimed. And I got a really well-timed photo there, and since I moved down and then back up, I didn't need to aim at all. And you can see that I got pretty close to losing a two-shot. However, vertically, you have more lenience with missing the two shots, so Aya's head could have been cut off and I still would have had it. But still, this did allow me to avoid aiming. My previous PB, I actually did not do this subtle strategy, and I ended up missing a lot of bullets that were at the bottom of the screen. But in this run, I got almost all of them, which was how I was able to score this high on the final photo. And for the ones with the keen eye, you saw that the boss was also moving up as the boss exploded. Like since the timer ran out, the boss was attempting to run away, but you don't have to worry about that. The boss can't kill you when that happens. So yeah, you don't need to worry about that. Now, on this fourth photo right here, I'm actually aiming the photo slightly to the right. I'm just going to pause both for this to show it. See, like, I'm aiming a little bit to the right, and the reason I'm doing that is because you see there's a lot of bullets to the right there. Well, aiming the photo actually allows me to get a little bit more score. See, like, I got a huge clump of bullets there that was on the right side. And so you actually want to go for a 1.9 boss shot there. On that photo in particular, if you're going for this route. I think you still end up getting like a high 1.9 though, so it's not like the amount of multiplier you lose is almost nothing really. You know, because of the 2 decimal thing. Since there's a invisible decimal that is being taken into account when calculating this. This was actually the first photo where I got the nice shot at all, so... I mean, I was like, the rest of the photos are fine, so... You know what, this is good enough. And yeah, this is my best, so... I'm pretty happy with that. I don't think this best can score that much higher, like, I think probably, like, maybe 10, 15k higher. something like that. Alright, now we have Chum. Chum is going for Ia's route, which is a lot harder. So we're going to see when this route breaks off the one that I was using. So far, nothing has changed. He's also got... I don't know if that late timing was on purpose, but... It seemed on purpose, honestly. I don't know if it was. Also on the second photo, I believe you actually want to aim it a little bit upwards and maybe a bit to the right as well. To get a little bit more score. Okay, yeah, this is already different. You see, like, he's already happy to dodge a lot more. Yeah, so after the second photo, the route changes. And yeah, that third photo definitely already scored a lot higher. But yeah, obviously, this route is also completely scripted. Everything that he's doing, and yeah, he has to take a defensive there. That was on purpose. Okay, yeah, he was slightly off center, but that allowed him to get that clump of bullets, so that was definitely according to plan. And here comes the final photo. Okay, yeah, it looks like he didn't aim at all either. But yeah, as you can see, this scored slightly higher because, I mean, probably because of the setup of all the previous photos that were taken here, allowed him to get an even bigger photo. Oh, you did aim a little bit. Okay, then I didn't even notice. I did see that Aya was a little bit more cut off than it was on my end. But I thought that was just because you were further away. Yeah, then you probably aimed like a very minute amount. Yeah. Yeah, this is something. Okay, yeah, you aim slightly to the right there as well. You can see there's a big clump of bullets there right there, so that aiming there was definitely for a higher score potential. So you know, you can see that, you know, going for 2.0 boss shot is not always the solution. Like you've already seen it with 6.8 as well. Sometimes things aren't as simple as you think. I don't know if that was just a mistake with the timing or if that was on purpose. That I assume that was just the late timing. Because I don't see how that would score higher with the late timing. Anyway, yeah, that was a big photo. I think the record is something like... Actually, it's 950k flat. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, all late photos are mistakes. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Next up, we have 10/8. Probably my least favorite scene of this composition. I really don't like it. Yes, this one, which the category name was Overflow Hype. And it was up against EX7. Alright, so first we have Pigeon. I really don't like this. I just don't. I mean, I'll explain it as we go, like why, to kind of stress why this scene is as bad as it is. Like, don't get me wrong, like the whole counters, or not counter stop, the overflow that you do is still feels good, but it's like once you actually get into optimizing, it's just no. Like you don't want to be playing this on a high level, I think, unless you are masochistic. So I actually remember what happens here. Like I saw what happened here on the. This is something I actually forgot about, but while Aya is firing these bullets, as you see, the photo failed, and the reason for that is Aya actually becomes invincible to photo taking if you take the photo before the nice shot appears, which is kind of random. But yeah, that's just something that happens with this scene. Also, this highlighted photo is completely off-center. It is obscuring the menu. That seems pretty cool. Never seen that before. Yeah, obviously this is survival. Like this scene is pretty hard. I think I did tell him that you want to be closer to Aya when you're streaming the bullets, because then you have more room to run away from Aya, since the idea of the scene is that Aya is trying to ram you. Yeah, that's it. It's just, like, I don't know if it was on purpose, but I don't know, maybe it has some quote-unquote plot reason. Who knows? Oh yeah, wait, this is Pigeon Fun. Yeah, Kabayo, I think, had the same thing happen, where he missed the photo because of that weird detail. It's probably gonna be a similar survival run. So you might have noticed that even though, like on that first replay, there were very little bullets on the final phase, like in those photos, yet it still scored a lot higher. Well, the reason for that is, for whatever reason, the base value of these bullets just get multiplied by 10 or something. Like, it's definitely not because there's like a stack of 10 bullets on top of each other, because there's no way that could be possible without a bullet cap. Yeah. This is what I remember. Kabayo had the same thing happen. And you can see, like, it misses the the nice shot and everything, but it still scored 414k. Alright, let's show it again. So yeah, because of that, the final phase matters by far the most. Like, the other photos are almost pointless. I mean, that is also kind of one reason what makes this scene painful. That it all comes down to the final phase, almost. You know, except when you're at the top level. So like on this second phase, for example, you can pretty much just time basic nice shots and you're going to score like, you know, at least 70% of the score that a high score runner would get. That was actually just before the nice shot, but the boss was actually vulnerable there. So it must be some weird arbitrary invincibility time or something. Next we have omelets. Oh yeah, so he's going for a nice shot on the first photo, which you can score somewhere up to 210k realistically. And he didn't aim very much, so he lost a lot of multiplier from that. Like, you don't even need to get the nice shot, honestly. It's like, whatever. Oh, okay. Missed. So, like, it's a 1.7 bot shot, but it still scored pretty decent. So, it, like, you don't really have to try on this, you can go full survival. That's even what I did, so. Like, I just did not care. Yeah, it looks like he's going to set up for... Uh-oh. What is he doing? Okay. You don't want to do that. You want to aim the photo from the left or right, because when you do that, you know, you see the photo dimensions are wider. So you're giving yourself more room by aiming left or right. 0! Dance game. Yeah, you can't score 0 in this game. You can't actually do that in double spoiler, because if you try to do that on double spoiler, the game forces you some base value bonuses your way. I wonder if the game would, like, roll back to 0 if you could get over 10 million. Like, what if you play this on, like, an ultra patch or something? Would you be able to get 10 mil? Or would it just roll back? Or would the score just stop? Or would it glitch out? Like, one of those three things. I think it's sooner when you unlock the bonus scenes that were never released. Because Zune actually planned on making more scenes, but he ran out of time, so there's actually like an empty menu. Which you can actually still get that menu to appear legitimately if you get a photo count of 10,000 on any scene. Because what that does, it actually skips... It allows you to skip to the next scene, which is, I think, an intended mechanic to... Like, if you have a lot of trouble with one scene, if you get to 10,000, Zoom just allows you to continue. And that has been, like, there's a lot of misinformation about this, but this actually has been discovered as early as 2006. Like, not like 2020 or whatever people think. Like, this has been discovered extremely early. At least by the player KK, is one of the oldest score players for this game. Alright, now we have Gebbu, where the actual score photos start to happen. Or, you know, the overflow photos. So I actually saw this, like, I honestly can't believe that this works. Like, he is moving in focus speed, trying to stream and actually, you know, squeeze himself in between the bullets. Like, this is not supposed to work. But yet it does, so I don't know, that's just, wow. Because here's the thing, right, like, if you want to get a perfect photo on this, you have to get as close to eye as possible without dying. Then you need to aim, sorry, you need to move down or up the perfect number of frames. And this even accounts for if you, like, move in charge speed. You have to be extremely precise. Then you need to start aiming the photo at a precise time. And then you need to aim the photo for a perfect number of frames. And even if you do that, if you get extremely close to dying and you don't die once you're inside the pattern, you can still die because in this game, apparently, if you're using zoom frames, these bullets will start wiggling. You can compare it to LOL-K, Touhou 15, where if you graze bullets, when you graze bullets, they wiggle. Well, that happens in this game too, except they actually physically wiggle like that. So if you get really close and you start aiming the photo, even though you're not moving, you can just die mid-photo. Now, as for these overflowed values, I'm going to show a little something. Let's see. Yeah, so if you want to know what these overflow values mean, you need to look at that screenshot, and basically the right row of values, or the right row of bonuses and symbols go from 10 to 15. And then the left row is going from 16 to 35. And so the highest possible photo you can get is in the 2.1 mil range, which shows up as geometric, which is actually an unused bonus in this game. So I have no idea what it actually is supposed to do if it was used or anything, but, you know, all we can do is speculate. So, yeah, if we're looking at this, so you're getting boss shot 32, blah blah blah, and then boss shot 61. And then 2-shot 21, which would be, let me see, 16. So yeah, you would be getting 1.6 mil on the first 2 photos. And then 1.8 mil on the last. Alright, next up we have Pingval, also known as Lit. This is the only Japanese submission, unfortunately. Not counting Alex submissions. You know, if you want to use the logic of, you know, geological location or whatever. So yeah, he is using charge speed. But yeah, the closer you go to Aya, the more precise you have to be with your movement on the, like, the more precise your streaming has to be. And at least I personally just did not care to go through all of that trouble. Like, I just took a lot less risk in regards to that. But yeah, if you want to get a 2.0 boss shot, like, and everything perfectly, your entire execution just has to be 100% perfect. There's no room for error. And this especially matters on the final photo. You want to get the nice shot on the very first frame, on the very first zoom frame, because if you don't, you start losing score. Like just not getting the first zoom frame, that already loses you score. You have to get it on the first zoom frame possible. I also learned that from Tazzing. So Pinkval got 1.8 on the first and third, and he got, I think that's self-shot. That would be 1.7, I think. I don't think I showed it twice, did I? Yeah. So yeah, like what Gebbu was doing without charge speed, what that actually changed is that you didn't have to aim as much to the right, so you can actually just aim less, and that probably does actually make it easier to actually get the optimal photo. It is just that you are probably 100 times more likely to die. Unless you can, like, I don't know, maybe if you like have a certain limit to how short your tap is, and that tap just so happens to be perfect, you can maybe get consistent at it, but it's, in general, it's just super risky. No. So when you're in charge speed, your frame is actually closer to Aya. By Aya, I mean the Aya you're playing. Your frame is closer to your character, so you actually have to aim more to get a better boss shot, but since you were in focus speed, the frame was already closer to the boss, so you didn't have to aim as much. That's why your boss shots were so high. So, like, I'll demonstrate it a little bit here. Like, I don't know. So, you know, when you're in focus speed, you can see the frame here. Now, when I go into charge speed, see, it jerks back like that. Tap, 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 tap. So, like, when I do this, and now I try to take a photo, it is gonna go not quite as far than as I were to be in focus speed. See, like, now it goes a little bit further forward. Let me just try to stay in one spot. So now I'm gonna go in focus speed, and now it goes a little bit further. No. The way you did it actually made the dodging harder, because you were in focus speed, so you actually moved faster. So doing it your way made the aiming easier, but the actually surviving part harder. And yeah, like what Chum said is basically what I was saying earlier too. Like, it would make getting the 2.0 boss shot a lot easier, but you would also be a lot more likely to die. So, I mean, I don't know how you did it, but it worked somehow. Like, I'm honestly surprised that it worked as well as it did for you. Now I'm gonna have to disappoint someone here on this first photo. Yeah, I missed a nice shot, but I decided to keep going because I didn't care. And yeah, then I just went for survival photos with more or less 2.0 boss shots. Now, I don't actually get this. Why is this a 1.5 boss shot? Like, what? I don't get it. And why did it still score so high? It's so weird. Like, at least just looking at it in real time, it doesn't really make sense why why it was 1.5. Like, did I really just do something that badly? In my execution? Alright, so I got 2 shots, which is 1.8. Then I got nice shot, which is 1.9, and another 1.9. My best is 2.0, and I'm quite proud of that, honestly. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to get 2.1. It just seems impossible. Like, I don't know how you did that. Yeah, I actually did that completely by accident, so... Also, one little detail that I should mention about this scene. In the second phase, it is possible to get a red shot bonus, which I'm quite confident that is possible to get in real time. It's just quite rare to get. Plus, the execution has to be not really perfect, but it has to be particular enough. So the red shot in this gives you 300 base value extra, which is, again, also a lie. So, oh, I'm going to share something once again. So, in my example, like, this is from a task that I did. By losing one bullet in my photo, I ended up losing like 19k just from one photo, which means that the plus 300 base value is, again, incredibly wrong. The base value in reality is more something like 4,500. So, but yeah, that is something that you can get, but you can't really get it with this photo style. Basically, what you have to do is go for a 2.0 boss shot and 1.4 nice shot style, where you let Aya move a little bit and you have to be on the opposite side of where Aya is, which we're probably going to see in this replay. It is an optimization that in practice doesn't score that much higher, but the max potential that you can get is quite a bit higher. Because a red shot can give you like 130k in score, which is, I don't know, like 30 to 40k more that you can get typically. Yeah, like red shot is hard, but it's definitely, like, I'm 100% confident that you could get it if you try long enough. And if you really, you know, and if you actually try to optimize the photo as well as you were doing. Like, in my tasks, I saw red shot a couple of times. Or, like, in the task run that I did, there were like more than 3 opportunities for me to get the red shots. Like, it is definitely luck-based, and then also your execution determines how well you can do it. But yeah, as you can see, these scores slightly higher already. Like, optimally you want to go for a 1.4 nice shots. Or at least somewhere in the ballpark of that. So yeah, this is extremely risky right here. Like, this is also by far higher score than I was getting with my best. Getting 2.0 without losing the 2-shot is insanely hard. Also, like, trying to gauge where you have to be relative to Aya, like in terms of distancing, I don't know how you're supposed to really be consistent at that, honestly. Yeah, so you probably got a late 1.5 then, because you start to lose score pretty rapidly when you time your photo even a little bit late. Obviously, in a competition, you don't really want to bother with this kind of strategy. Unless you're competing with the leaderboard, like the actual leaderboards. Also, after this replay, I'm going to do a little demonstration about the bullet wiggling that I was talking about, because, like I said, when you're playing this risky and you're also aiming the photo like that, you have a huge risk of just dying mid-photo, and there's nothing you can do about it. It seems to be kind of random, but the closer you go to Aya, the higher risk you're gonna put yourself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the for free. So you see that this pattern has perfectly straight curves, right? Well, now look at what happens if I use zoom frames. See that? It's no longer straight. It's no longer a straight curve. And you can see sometimes the wiggle is like a little bit random as well. Sometimes it's more severe than other times. So yeah, like, this only happens in Shoot the Bullet. This, as far as I know, does not happen in Shoot the Double Spoiler. So yeah, that wraps it up for Shoot the Bullet, I think. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little break. And I'm actually going to show off this task to also demonstrate the red shot thing. So yeah, I'll be back, or you know, I'll be right back while this replay is playing out. Alright, I made it back just in time. But yeah, like... I think if you want to get a red shot, you need to score something like over 130k or something before you start to get the red shot, I think. And that is, you know, assuming optimal multipliers. Alright, so that is it for Shoot the Bullet. Now we're gonna go to the spoiler. Yeah, okay. Alright, so first up we have 3-5 with Aya. This was the rainbow category. This is the one that we were playing, which was up against EX9, which is right here. This was also one of my lesser favorite scenes, but you know, I still played it decently enough, I think. So first up we have Caballo. So when you're playing this on a higher level, this actually becomes an extremely luck-based scene. But you know, when you're doing this, you don't really care. You know, it's like you just do whatever. But yeah, the concept of the scene is otherwise very simple. As soon as a rainbow appears, you want to count to like 5? Okay, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can't exactly count like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't do it. Not when the photos come this early. Okay, maybe on the next replay we have better luck. Number 8 is Amlux. Okay, he skips the first photo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Too early. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's a little bit early, so that's why. Like my counting didn't get to go to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you want to start counting as soon as the rainbow appears, or you know, otherwise you could also start counting as soon as you are supposed to hear the spawning sounds, the little like chime sounds. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then obviously, once you have the timing down, you want to try to angle the photo in such a way that you maximize the number of bullets in the photo. It's pretty self-explanatory, actually. Well, when you do that, then you probably don't see where you're going, right? So, because you're still gonna have to dodge the raindrops. So, when you're doing this optimally, or relatively optimally, you need Kogasa to be moving in very specific spots. So you need her to go to the middle, but then a little bit to the left if the rainbow is coming from the right, and vice versa. And while this is happening, Kogasa also needs to be hugging the bottom of where she's allowed to move. Next up we have Scrub. Yeah, you can take that photo straight away. Now you can also go for macro bonus on this, which gives you about 3.2 to 3.8k extra score, which is actually a big deal on this scene. You know, like 3,000, that is actually quite a bit for a scene where you score like 80k at most. Or, you know, like a mid 70k or something. This scene is actually a good tutorial for learning how movement RNG in this game works. So, in general, in this game, when you are to the left, let's say you are to the left of the boss, right? Then there's a 2 in 3 chance that the boss will follow you, and a 1 in 3 chance that the boss will move away from you. That is horizontally. Now, this chance can be manipulated depending on where the boss is. So let's say the boss is pretty close to the left wall, but not quite to the left wall. Well, then it actually becomes more likely that the boss will move to the right, you know, away from the wall. Whereas the chance of it going towards the wall actually becomes a lot smaller. And the same applies to the vertical axis. When the boss is really close, but not quite hugging the bottom of where the boss is allowed to move, the boss is more likely to move up than down, and vice versa. So right now, it looks like Kogasa is not quite hugging the bottom. Yeah, she moved up. Now she's very likely to move down, but she actually went straight, so that's actually pretty rare. You don't see that very often. Now, if Kogasa is moving downwards, like very sharply, that will actually stop her horizontal movement short a little bit, and that is actually a big deal if you want to have Kogasa positioned in a certain way. Like, especially when you're optimizing this. You want Kogasa's movement RNG to be just right. Alright, next up we have Hydra. 300k. Okay, so he's going for an optimization that you can do there, which actually in theory doesn't even score the highest, but it works, so. It is more just a photo you can just take to mitigate some of the RNG bullshit that goes on in the scene. Alright, so she is in a relatively good position now for you to take the photo. It's a little bit mistimed though. Because again, you can just count on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a good photo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, this is also a good position. Alright, he took it too early. It's a mistake. Yeah, like this movement RNG is rare. You don't see this very often, but it's the rare movement RNG that you want, so. Like, seeing her move downwards sharply, that is often what you want to see. And, like, it is very annoying, because in this scene, like, as far as timing out in this scene goes, it's honestly disgusting how how often you time out on this scene. Like, of all the scenes that I played in my life for score, I have timed out more on this scene than every other scene I've played combined. It's just absurd how easy timing out on this scene is. And I like the RNG, the movement RNG on this scene is bad enough that you can literally just let the entire timer move. Like, you can have the entire timer just go to 0 without ever getting the RNG even once. You know, you're just gonna take 0 photos. And the movement RNG just never comes. Like, that happens, and it's really... yeah, it's something. That was actually a very high last. Like, considering also that it didn't get macro bonus. So it must have been pretty lucky. CSG. Unfortunately, he missed one of the nice shots. Yeah, so this so far is perfect movement RNG on the first few movements. This is something you want to see. In my runs, if I don't see the good movement RNG straight away, I just reset. Because you need as much of the timer as you can get, because like, even when the RNG is in your favor, you can very easily still time out. Like, I've had runs where I've been able to take 3 photos super quickly, and then the rest of the timer I just could not get any photos in. It was so, like, if you can take photos very early on, that doesn't mean anything. Like, the game can just screw you over when it wants to. Next up we have Gebbu, in this replay known as GCBB. At least to me it looked like a C. Alright, this is relatively good positioning. Wow, that was really lucky, because he had to go through some of the rainbow to be able to take that photo. That was a really high photo. Whoa, oh my god, this is scary as hell. I mean, optimally, you would actually want to go through the rainbow, but like, you can't actually really reliably go through it. Like, at least I just pray and hope for the best. Gebbu was really lucky here. Like, you almost never get away with that kind of risk. Like, okay, this one makes sense, kind of, even though you still were moving quite a bit before the photo, so... This one right here, like that one, you should not have survived. Like, when it comes to going through the rainbow, it's a bit of a crapshoot, because like the rainbow is actually static. It's a static pattern. Like, you're never going to be in the same position every time, because Pogasa is also going to be in a different position every time. It's never going to be 100% the same. So, like, it's you just kind of have to pray. Next up, we have Pigeon. Alright, that's good timing. Oh yeah, that's unlucky. Like, she was actually on the higher end of where she's allowed to move, but she moved up anyway, which is bad luck. Which, you can actually take a photo right here, because the opposite side actually works just as well. Actually, personally, I find the left side to actually work better. and actually be more consistent. I don't actually know why it shouldn't be that way, but it is somehow. I don't know. Something weird going on with that. Okay, you shouldn't take this photo. Okay, good, you're not. This one you also don't want to take because she's way too close to the wall. Okay, now she's in a good position, so now you can take the photo. But you can see, like, he is waiting quite a bit. That was actually good, but you didn't have the chart, so you couldn't have exactly gone for it. Like, you can actually take 2 photos back to back from, like, the next wave straight away. Now, she's actually too close to the wall, but you're probably gonna take it. Yeah. I would have done that too, because you're going to run out of the time otherwise. Like, you kind of have no choice but to, you know, just try and hope. But yeah, you have to take this photo, unfortunately. It's not gonna be a good one. Yeah. You have to sacrifice some boss shot there. But the alternative was timing out, so you didn't really have a choice. As you can see, the timer is at 0. So yeah, that's too bad. I don't actually know if I showed it right as well. Whatever, doesn't hopefully matter. So now comes my run. I'm going to go for macro bonuses here. So now I'm going to actually have to rely on even stricter RNG. Now, I do actually use zoom frames, which does actually lose some angle bonus, but so long as I'm getting macro bonus, I do actually get more score. So that is just what I'm doing. Okay, so now I need her to move down left, which she didn't do, so I need to wait. Okay, now once again I can hope she goes down left, which she did. Like, this wasn't not actually optimal, but since I got macro bonus, it actually does make up for the score a little bit. I got 10,000 flat on the base value. Okay, she's in a good position again. Now, she's actually too close to the wall now, but I decided to take the photo anyway, because, like, I know that it's very likely that if I hadn't taken that photo, I would have just timed out and lost my chance, so I just took it anyway. But, like, you really don't want to take chances on this scene. It is so incredibly easy to just not get the RNG. Like, you can get into a pattern where Kogasa will just not break out of it, and you can just never take a photo. I would honestly say, like, in terms of like RNG scenes, this is one of the worst offenders. Like, I've played RNG scenes that I found a lot more tolerable. I guess I just don't take kindly to timing out. It's not a great feeling. But, well, that's how the scene is, and if you're playing with Hatate, this is even worse. So, yeah, let's not even go there. A lot of scenes with Hatate are harder or even worse on the luck aspect. Or both. Yeah, I mean, it was still a good score. I actually had world record potential on this scene, on this score. But man, it's like, it's so hard to even finish a run on this. It's just too... Yeah, it's just too much. And then we have Chumlum, of course. He is going for the going through the rainbow strat on the first photo, just, you know, to get a tiny bit of the RNG over with. But I found it to be incredibly inconsistent, so I just gave up on it. I just didn't want to deal with it. So he's also going for macro bonuses, but sometimes you can kind of miss them because of the dodging you have to do beforehand, so he probably missed a few, or at least that one, maybe on accident. Maybe that one too? I don't know if you were purposely going for them there, but... Okay, this one is going to be a macro. Wait, no, it's not. Maybe you just didn't go for them at all. Oh, okay. That was really clutch. That actually worked out really well, because you got macro bonus and everything, and Kugasa was in a good position as well. Yeah, like this all looks easy, but trust me, the RNG is a lot worse when you're actually playing this. It's you're going, like, if you're going to, like, if you want to finish a good run, or, you know, anything that kind of scores, you're probably going to finish a run 1 in 100 times. Of every 100 attempts that you do, you're going to finish one run. Most of them are just going to fail because you reset because of bad luck, you time out, or you die because the rainbow kills you. Okay, next up we have, let's see, 5-4. The surfing scene, which was up against 5-2. So first up with Caballo. This scene is very simple, actually. Like, the idea is that you bunch up a bunch of anchors together, and then you take the photo on the nice shot after 4 waves. But it looks like Caballo's going to go for a speedrun strat here. I think he expected to get a photo of the boss there, but didn't. Oh yeah, he also moved down, so that actually lost him a lot of angle bonus. So that happens because... how do I even explain this? Like, when you're moving unfocused, the frame bends and moves away from the boss. Like, the middle parts of the frame, the white part of the middle part of the frame will be aiming towards the boss when you're focused speed. And when you take the photo from that position onward, you will get a higher angle bonus. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to replay again. Next up we have Pigeon. Yeah, it looks like he is going to bunch them up. Okay, yeah, he took one wave early, and he missed one of them. Looks like he's also going for a speed run. So, like, normally in this position, you would take a defensive right now to delete the anchors and start over. But doesn't look like he is going to do that. Oh wait, now he is. Okay. But yeah, the strat is that you go for 4 anchors, you wait for anchor waves, and then you take a photo that is more or less horizontally oriented to include the side anchors on the right side of the photo. So we have 6 anchors in total, and then on photo 4 and 5, you can actually get an extra anchor because Muras is actually firing the angles gradually faster. And these anchors stay stuck on the screen for a certain amount of time. So that means there's going to be more anchors per time spent on average. And on the 4th and 5th photos, that's just enough to get 1 extra anchor. And if you get full multipliers, that is like 18k per anchor. Okay, now we're viewing Hydra's replay. Looks like he's also going for 1 less anchor. Now he's going for even 1 less, even so. Okay. I think he probably realized that, but he's just gonna go for it. Also, he aimed right. He didn't need to do that. The hitbox for these anchors, like getting them in the photo, is actually pretty large. Like you need to get at least a little bit of the round glowy part in the photo. Like the white round part, that is essentially the hitbox, and the hitbox that kills you, but also the hitbox for the photo itself. So, you know, if you were to say get the tip, you know, the round tip of the anchor only in the photo, that doesn't count. Next up we have Gebbu. A bit of a score jump here, 120k almost. Yeah, that's the photo you want to see. Four anchors. Okay, yeah, he's gonna take. Oh, he missed a nice shot as well. Oops. What 120k is what you want to see on at least photo 1 to 3. That is a pretty basic score. But if you want to score a little bit higher, you can go for, you can wait out more anchors so you get more of the blue round bullets in the photo. Then you can score like 130 plus. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was not gonna end well, I guess. I guess he also opted out on the fences. When we get into the later photos, or sorry, the later submissions, I think the number 1 is in particular. that's when we're gonna have to discuss a very different strat on this team, which made this scene probably 10 times harder. Which completely changed this scene, in fact. Because now world record strat, now the world record strat is just, yeah, something else. Alright, then we have Amlux. Amlux is actually still playing this scene. He was streaming this earlier today because he wants to get 500k. He barely missed it this run. Yeah, so he's not aiming there, but you actually don't really want to aim because, like, if you're this far away, like, sure you can aim, but you still don't want to miss the 2 shots. Because if you lose a 2-shot, you're going to lose even more score. Like, you don't want that. I think he aimed a bit to the right there. That was not necessary. Okay, so yeah, he did actually get all 2 shots here. Like, if you move further away from Murasa, if you aim then you're also only making it more likely that you're going to lose a 2-shot. Yeah, honestly, like, I actually spent very little time on this scene as well. Like, I could have played this scene a lot more, but I don't know, I guess I just wasn't feeling it. I mean, I can't really focus on everything. I think even Chum didn't play his team very much. All things considered. Next up we have TSG, 557k. Yep, also going for the 4 anchor strats and just taking it straight away after that. I mean, this is like the most sensible strat to do in a tournament setting. You can actually go for macro bonus on this scene, but it's not really worth it. You need to like get as close to dying to the anchors as possible. Like, you have almost no leniency on it. And it gains you like, you know, 3k extra, which is not really worth it on this scene, I think. Okay, that was a little bit late. Oh yeah. I was wondering what was gonna happen on this last photo. He mistimed it. I guess he also panicked a little bit because he was kind of getting cornered. Also, obviously, like the anchors are worth way more base value than the leftover bullets, so it's really just the anchors that you actually want. Alright, next up is my run. 642k. Okay, so yeah, I took a defensive there because Murasa was moving too far to the left, so I wanted to reset that. Like, I didn't want to go for the super duper insane strat that I've never been able to do in real time, which I'll get to in a little bit. So I'm actually angling these photos a little bit because that actually helps me to get the anchors in the photo, the right anchors. Like, you cover more horizontal distance doing that. If Murasa's going further to the left than I would want normally. Okay, yeah, that's defensive. Yeah, I opted out on the extra anchor here, so I decided to not go for it. Yeah, so now there's not really much for me to say. This is probably the simplest scene, you know, in terms of the normal strategy that you would use. It's pretty self-explanatory. Because, you know, there's otherwise not much that you can really do on this scene. But now we are gonna go to Street Machino's run. He is probably going to go for extra anchors, like on the 4th and or 5th. This 655k run. Also, he's going for more anchors here. Scary. So yeah, that did not give him extra anchors, but it gave him more base value on the because of the extra bullets, the extra random bullets that he got. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He almost died there. So yeah, he needed to take that defensive. That's okay. That works. I was wondering if he was gonna take a defensive there. Okay, so this photo is probably gonna score pretty high then. Yeah, I guess he got like pretty good luck there because there were no like bullets close to him, so he didn't actually get risk bonus or macro bonus or anything. He probably got pretty good luck with like the bullets in general, like how many bullets he got. Good stuff. Alright, so now we're gonna get into the real deal here. 719k, which is also the new record for the scene. So here we're gonna get into a strategy that I discovered while we were doing this shoot the spoiler. So when you're playing as Aya, you can actually get every single anchor on screen in the photo. So as you just saw right there, he got all the anchors from the left side and one extra anchor, I think, from the right side. Well, at least he got at least one extra. And that is extremely difficult. Like, that is... Like, a lot needs to happen for that to be even possible. First of all, Murasa has to move vertically very little. Murasa has to, you need to lure the anchors very, very close together, like even more so than you normally would. Then if you decide to not aim at all, you know, move the frame around, Murasa has to be in the middle of the screen. Then you need to be at an almost perfect 45-degree angle relative to Murasa, like right there. So, like, you know, again, like, if you're not aiming, there's a lot of things that need to happen to be able to score more than 140k. So he got 160k here. Without the double-sided anchor strat, that is completely impossible. Like, you just can't do that. But this actually allowed for this scene to go from like something like 730 to 750k or something to over 1 million. Like, it's completely crazy what you can now do on this scene, but it also, like, what you need to do for that to be reached is just task only. It is insanely hard. Like, if you, like, okay, I tasked this scene, right? So for most of these photos that I took in the task, I was in a perfect position, you know, relative to Murasa in terms of angling. Then when I was moving the frame around, there was literally only one positioning that worked, where every single anchor would be included in the photo. So if I move the frame even 1 pixel, like up, down, left or right or whatever, it would not include the anchors anymore. It would just, I would lose anchors. So if you want to get every single anchor in the photo, it is basically pixel position, angle, and maybe also timing perfect. No, it's not timing perfect, but it is extremely specific. And if you want to get even just one extra anchor in the photo, you basically have to consider the same things, except a little bit less precision, but it's still, you know, almost pixel perfect. Pixel angle perfect. So, just to give an example here, this is the screenshot of my finished task. And all of these photos have all anchors included, and only just barely. Like, just, it matters that you get it by the pixel. That is how precise it is. Also, I think I already showed this twice, so what am I doing? Though it's probably okay if I forgot. But yeah, like, you can't, like it shows you can do this, but getting every single anchor, that would be absurd. And I know Chum's best is 180k, which means that he lost 1 anchor, which that by itself is already close to impossible. So yeah, like, in terms of potential, this scene is now completely broken. Alright, so next up we have the small or big category. 6-4 ended up being played, and it was up against 6-8, which I think only one person voted for. So this is first Caballo. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is survival because he's going for verticals. So when you're taking verticals, you are going to lose a lot, if not all of your angle bonus. Unless the angling is like really worked. That's a nice defensive. He deleted all of the mini suikas. The mini suikas actually have a really big hitbox in terms of like actually getting included into the photo. Like every single mini suika got included there, even though one is very clearly off screen. So like when you're checking for these photos, chances are that you actually have more mini suikas included into the photo than it actually shows. Next up we have Amlux. So yeah, about how this scene works, you basically want to fill the screen up with as many mini suikas as you can. Like you just want to create an army of them. And well, the more you get in your photo, the better. You know, that's pretty simple and all. So the mini suikas give 1,410 base value, and the micro bullets give 66, and the bullet clouds give somewhere between 14 and 23. But here's the thing. Something I found out when I was tasking this as well. For whatever reason, after you take the first photo, every single mini suika that gets fired after that has its base value cut in half. So the mini suikas that she fires after the first photo end up being worth 705 base value per mini suika, and the micro bullet's 33. So what you want to do, ideally, is get as many mini suikas in your photo as possible. Or you want to stall during the first photo, mostly, so that you get a lot of double value mini suikas later. Because the mini suikas that were already fired, those will still be double base value. And this also means that in practice, the first photo is going to score the highest, and every photo after that is gradually going to score less. Because you're going to have less and less double value mini suikas. And so the optimal strat that, at least I believe, you want to have... Oh yeah, and this is a game over, by the way, because Hydra actually names his replays the score, even though that isn't really necessary because it shows the score anyway in the replay list. But yeah, like what you would optimally do, I think, is you try to get as many waves of mini suikas on the first photo as possible. Then you want to take no defenses whatsoever, no defenses on the second and third photo, and then limit your defenses on the last. And so by limiting your defenses, you're actually maximizing the number of double value mini suikas that you get. Because, you know, obviously when you're taking defenses, you are also deleting some of those double base value mini suikas, and that is only going to reduce your score more. So actually taking more defenses actually worsens your score, even if you stall after the fact. So yeah, you don't want to take many defenses on this, you just kind of want to speedrun it, really. Which is convenient, because that is generally actually easier. You know, just being able to rush it. Obviously, though, in these replays, the stalling that is being done is not enough. But still, like, TSG here is actually, you know, not taking any defensive, so he's actually gaining more score than he would if he didn't take any if he did take defensives. Also, I forgot to switch the score list. Okay. So yeah, like the fact that he is actually just not taking any defensives here actually helped him score a little bit more, despite, you know, despite the fact that he is not having a lot of media sweepers on screen. Unfortunately, he lost a 2-shot there, so he didn't get 400k. He lost like 40k from that. Next we have Gebbu, with just hitting the 400k mark. Whoa, I just bumped my laptop. Alright. Wait, that wasn't too loud. Is this also going to be no defensives? I got really close to dying a bunch of times there. The mini Suikas on this scene actually have really large hitboxes. Like, the hitboxes are about as big as their sprites, so... And Suika herself is actually also has quite a large hitbox, particularly in terms of her width. Like the glow around her character is a hitbox. Yeah, I assume you got pretty lucky here with like actually being able to survive. It didn't look quite deliberate, but I mean though this scene is so chaotic that you kind of have to sometimes hope. Like when I did this scene, I was able to take photos fast, but I still had to kind of hope that nothing was really in my way, and oftentimes that just didn't happen. And obviously with how complex this scene is, in terms of, you know, it's the number of variances, or the number of variables there are, there's no consistency you can get on this at all. Like, you just kind of have to just deal with it. Also, yeah, this is Master Sucks replay, just to clarify. I know I'm not mentioning players' names all the time, but you know, that's also where the sidebars come in handy for it. And yeah, he probably took a vertical there just to get it over with. Next we have Pigeon. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit sad that no one actually ended up using my strat. Like, I don't think even Chum did it. Or maybe he did and I forgot, but no one else certainly did. Like some people still did no defenses, but they obviously took their photos way earlier, which also means that you're going to be scoring much less. What's funny is that before SCS, I actually thought this was one of my least favorite scenes of all the scenes that I've scored, because I've actually scored this before during a dodging ring competition, and I just did not like the scene. It was just too impossible. But then once I started to change to this no defensive strategy, I actually suddenly started liking it. So I actually put quite a bit of time on this scene. And sometime after this stream, I want to play this scene with Hatate as well, and see if I can get 1 million. Or at least get close to it. Like, I want to see if the no defensive strat is going to work as well as I expect it to. And also, like, this strat is now used for world record attempts. Like, the world record at first was like 9... Or, no, I think it was like a high 800. Well, now it's 948. That is my run, by the way. My run is the record right now. But I'm sure that Chum could go for 1 million if he wanted to. I think I'm not quite going that high. I think I'm pretty happy with what I got. Because I actually got really lucky with like 1 or 2 of the photos. So yeah, like, unfortunately these didn't score that very high when we're looking at these 2 runs now that score almost double. So yeah, here we go. Chum's run. So yeah, what he's going to do is he's gonna wait for 8 waves, I presume, and then take the photo from above, and that allows him to get a little bit more score from extra bullets. But you know, as you can see, he sometimes will have to angle the photo because he literally has no choice. Because you know, you kind of have to rely on whether the mini streakers are in your way or not, and yeah, he is taking defensive, so he's going to lose some double value base, or yeah, some double value mini streakers because of that. So that was probably before I kind of, you know, solidified the no defensive strat on this. But he still got a high photo, so he probably still got some double base value mini streakers in there. He just got less of them. Also, the movement RNG on this scene is really evil. Like, Suika was really high on the screen, so he lost some score just from the fact that he had to take it vertically, like a vertical orientation. So, you know, from the side. Plus, he also cut off the photo a little bit. But that is not the only thing that can happen. Very often, admittedly, Suika can just move away from you horizontally, which is a 1 in 3 chance, so it actually can happen quite often. So yeah, this is actually still a pretty balanced score overall. Like, if I had this kind of run, it might have actually scored 1 million. You know, just using the different strategy. $301 is pretty high. Although I think it's maybe average for like 8 waves. I find 8 waves to be a lot harder than 7. Like, I actually typically went for 7, but in my PB I actually went for 8. Like, when I was grinding this, I was mostly going for 7, but sometimes I went for 8 just for the hell of it. But my consistency drops dramatically when I go for 8 waves. By the way, for the keen ones out there, you can also see that on this last photo, there's actually a gap in Suika's rings. I I have no idea why, it just is. It has nothing to do with blood caps. It has nothing to do with that. Absolutely not. It's just an oversight, I guess, or maybe Zoom was like, well, you can't actually get inside the ring, so I'll just put a gap here for the hell of it. Because ideally, you would actually want to go through the ring, especially with Hatate, you need to do that. Alright, now my run. This is one of few first places that wasn't by Chum, actually, and this is the new record. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in a circle, and I'm gonna wait for 8 waves on this run at least. She actually moves away there, but I was able to get close, so that actually ended up not mattering, but I got a super high photo there. And now I just rush up. This photo scored very high. Now here I actually did not take any defenses, but I think you actually do want to take defenses at this point. I think it might actually be worth more, because I actually scored pretty low on this final. Unless I was unlucky with the double value mini Suicas, like maybe they all just so happen to not be in the frame. It's not something I'm gonna spend time into researching. But yeah, like what I do here is that like this actually made the subsequent photos a lot easier. So what I do here is I take the photo, then I move into focus speed away, then I charge to at least 50%, then I go into a small circle, try to move up, then take the next nice shot possible, and then do the same thing again, 50%, move in a small circle, go back up really fast, and take the photo. And so I do that is because if you move a lot, it actually makes it a lot easier to avoid the micro bullets. Otherwise, they create a lot of walls. Like as long as you keep moving a lot, that actually mitigates a lot of the danger. But of course, you're still at the mercy of the RNG of where all of the mini Suicas are, since they can very easily block you. But I did get, for the most part at least, good RNG on Suika's movement, except for the second photo, where I lost some boss shots, but it still scored high, so yeah. This was 1 million potential otherwise. So yeah, that's that. I'm going to take another break, and I'm going to put in the background this task that is also from 6.4, if it's even here. Or I don't have it here. No, I don't. Okay, well in that case I'll just take a break and be back in a minute or two. Alright, I'm back once again, and we're going to move on to the next scene. The next category, which is 10-7, which is right over here. The big laser category this was, and it was up against EX8s. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Alright, so first up we have Caballo. Oh, that was close. So yeah, it looks like he's just going for a survival approach. As a... how did he survive that? I have no idea. At least I guess that makes the survival replay somewhat interesting. Cheating death a little bit. You know, no big deal. Uh-oh. Okay. When you're this far away, you're only making the area that you have to dodge even wider. Not even 6-6-6-6. I need to see like how close he was to dying there. Like, how is he alive there? Like, these bullets, like this laser is actually made up of a lot of really fat rice bullets, or at least they are shaped like rice bullets, but they are extremely fat. So like, when you're looking at the back end of this laser, maybe you can see it a little bit. You see like how there's like these gaps here and there? Well, it's because it's just all, you know, big fat rice bullets that are clumped up together. You can kind of see it. Yeah, I mean, this is typical for the lowest ranked entries to be like that. I mean, the highest placement is like 8 scores, 8 to 9 times more, so... Like, that one run scores less than one single photo is supposed to. But yeah, like, once we get into the higher scoring photos, I'll get into the strategy. Although I'm a little bit... I'm not quite as confident in explaining this one, because I never... Like, there is a little bit of detail... there are some details about the scene that I don't quite understand, because I actually never really learned the details myself. But I have at least heard the explanation, so I know a little bit what's going on. But I'm going to skip the explanations on these scenes where, you know, you're not really gonna see it. But, you know, at least it should probably be pretty obvious, but the clump of laser itself gives a heck of a lot of base value, so you do want to actually get as much of that in your photo as you can. However, this does mean that you don't want to go for verticals. You don't want to go for verticals in this. Verticals are very rarely useful, and if they are, it's only with Aya that they are useful. They are never useful with Hatate, because Hatate gets 1.7 angle bonus, and if you choose to go for verticals with Hatate, you lose that angle bonus. Whereas Aya gets 1.3 angle bonus, which is less multiplier that you would lose, and that actually ends up making a few scenes viable that way to use verticals. This is just not one of those scenes. Next up we have, this is probably Hydra. Yeah, this is Hydra. So I presume this is going to be a game over. A very fast game over, in fact. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, he's misdirecting this laser too fast. Oh, and then he just died straight away. You can see, like, these photos already score a lot higher. So, like, you want to actually... There's only two, like, Tenchi moves in 4 different positions. Like, she moves in a cycle of 4 positions. 2 out of 4 of these positions you want to take the photo on. Every other position you want to skip the photo on. So on this position, for example, you don't want to take the photo because Tenchi is too close to the wall and that loses you score. So you don't want to do that. You want to take the photo on wave or cycle 1 and 2. And then you want to skip 3 and 4 and then repeats that cycle again. Which actually is kind of evil, considering that you have to take an odd number of photos. So when you have the 6th photo done, you need to survive 2 waves without actually taking a photo of the boss. Yeah, anyway, next we have Master Suck. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna switch to the verticals now. Making it very tight for himself. He's also panicking because he's actually stuttering in his charge speed, which actually makes charging worse. In this game, if you stutter into charge speed a lot, you actually charge slower. So you don't want to do that if you can help it. Like, unless you actually have to survive, but like, he was obviously just panicking. One thing that is kind of annoying about this scene, I think personally, is that these glow shit bullets can just come out of the laser and you won't see them coming because they are the same color as the laser itself, so you can very easily get ninja to death. Just getting killed by a bullet that just comes out of nowhere. That is the one aspect about the scene that I don't like. But in general, I don't really take kindly to glow shit anyway, because I'm very, very bad at seeing these bullets. Like, it just feels like very often I will just die to these bullets, even though I really shouldn't. Alright, next up we have Pigeon. So yeah, he's also including more of the laser, but he is not choosing the right angle. Okay, the reason he lost a lot of score there is actually because he took the photo after the laser stopped firing, which actually, if you take the photo after the laser stops firing, you start to lose score very rapidly, like very rapidly. On top of that, he actually also lost the 2-shot, but even without that, he still lost a shit ton of score. And you see that this one randomly scores a lot more again. And yeah, now he's just going for survival. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Yeah, that was obviously a panic move. He's just trying to clear it now. Alright, next up we have Gebbu again. Here, the score is shooting up a lot. Yeah, so this is probably where I'm going to be seeing the strategy that I'm familiar with. Yeah, this is already looking like it. Alright, so for this first wave, for example, right, you want to start aiming the laser slightly to the right and up. And so the reason that you're doing that is to maximize the number of globals that you get in the photo. And then when you're ready to take the photo, you want to be straight to the right of Tenchi and take the photo that way. So you cover most of the area that you want for the photo to score high. You also want to take the photo like I time the photo by counting 5 full seconds, like or 5 slow seconds, you could say. And then when I'm at 5, that's when I take the photo, because that is just before the laser stops firing. Like, the closer you get to timing the photo just before the laser stops firing, the better. Okay, yeah, you definitely took it safe there, because that is not the angle you want. Whoa, okay, yeah, and here he had to skip this photo because of the RNG. He would normally take a photo of the boss there, but he had to skip it. Alright, now I can get ready for the next photo. Yeah, that's what I thought. He also lost the 2-shot because he was too far away. Yeah, he missed, like, Aya's feet weren't in the photo, so the 2-shot didn't count. Oh, and he lost the 2-shot on that one too. Yeah, he was too far away, so that's when that happens. It is actually quite strict in this game to get the 2-shot. Like, even if you miss just 1 pixel of Aya, depending on the angle, you will lose the 2-shot. It's quite unforgiving in this game compared to Shoot the Bullet. I don't think with Hatate you don't really have to worry about 2-shot, because you're supposed to actually be pretty close to Tenchi anyway. Like, something I did mention is that when you're next to Tenchi to take the photo, you also want to get relatively close so that the frame will actually move past the boss a tiny bit. And you're doing that because you actually want to cut off the photo a little bit. And what that does is that it actually allows you to get a little bit of the bullets and the laser in the photo that would otherwise be going off screen. It's like these are bullets that are partially off screen, and getting these in the photo will actually increase your score quite a bit. So you actually want to see the photo be cut off. Like, if we look at the second photo, for example, that is a good example of when that is partially cut off. But you also want to have as straight of an angle as possible. Like, you don't want the photo to angle, in terms of position relative to Tenchi. Because when you do that, you will actually exclude bullets that are in the corner of the photo, or like in the corner of the screen actually. So you're gonna lose score because of that. You want to have, you want a straight angle on the photo, so you're making the most out of the screen that you have, and that includes the bullets that go partially off screen. Next, my run, another score jump. So yeah, the way I count it is more or less like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom. And then take the photo like right after the 5. Now what I do here is I actually take 1 extra defensive because you can actually get away with doing that. So you actually get rid of some of the laser that would otherwise explode into glow shit bullets. And then I do the same here again. And this should, in theory at least, make the survival a little bit easier. Which I really wanted to do because I found myself to die way too easily on this scene. Okay, yeah, so I had to skip this photo because the RNG was just too hard. And I'm actually not quite... I wasn't actually so used to skipping photos, so I'm actually kind of messing up this part a little bit, but I managed to survive. So it's all good. Now I just need to get back on track. I'm also timing these defenses a little bit early because I just want to ensure that I'm not gonna take a photo of the boss by accident. Now this is actually a best. My previous best was like 532k. And yeah, then this photo messed up because it was angled. It was probably also timed a little bit early, so that also lost me some score. And then I get another best. I beat my best photo twice in the same run. It was kind of funny. Like, I got really lucky here, honestly, like... And, you know, since I got the score, I was like, well, I think I'm good with this, you know? So, you know, just to show the straight angle, I think I can use my best to show it here. Yeah, so... When you're looking at this photo, right, you can see that it is a relatively straight angle. So right here, I'm actually including all of the bullets that are in the top right corner. And that is what you want. If I had angled the photo, like if I was lower position, then I would exclude the photos that are in the top right corner, which is not what you want. On top of that, you also want to misdirect the laser in such a way that it starts to aim a little bit downwards to like maximize the amount of laser you get in the photo as well. So like that is in general what you want. Yeah, like now we're going to number 1, Chump's replay. So he actually counts faster, I know. So something maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, maybe not quite that fast. But I think he was counting to 8. Then he would slow stream the laser. And then when he gets to 5, he would make a fast circle around the boss. And this would ensure that he would maximize the amount of laser we get in the photo, because this laser will actually rotate faster if you circle around the boss faster. So, you know, let's say the laser is moving straight up and you're straight below Tenshi, then the laser will move at top speed. Because, you know, relative to angle, it is as far away as possible as it can be. Also, technically, in theory, you would take no defensives here at all to get a little bit more of the bullets in the photo, but it's like a lot riskier to do that. And it probably like barely even gains you score at all anyway. So like if you stay close to the laser, then the laser itself will also move more slowly. So like the way that he is luring this laser around is you know, basically on purpose. He's also maximizing the amount of time that this laser is hitting the side, you know, the wall to the right side. And yeah, there we go. This, I believe, is also the record right now. I think my PB is for the place, I think, on RF. So we'll share it one more time. I presume, like, the way how I was timing this, I would probably have to, like, make the fast circle motion at around 3. Like, because I count to 5, and maybe then at 3 I have to start moving fast around Tenshi. So, like... 1, 2, 3, go, 4, 5... Yeah, something like that. I actually did not, like, consider, like, when I had to move fast around Tenshi. I think Chum told me about that detail after I got my PB, so it was basically not relevant for me anymore. Because like I knew that there was something about the scene that I was missing, considering that I got a best photo twice in the same run. So, you know, that should tell you something about how good my photos were. But I mean, I'm still pretty happy with my score, so... And, you know, there's still always an excuse to come back to it if I wanted to, but... I don't know, I don't quite like the scene as much as Chum does, I think. I think he likes this scene a lot more. Alright, next up we are going to the Hatate scenes. There's 2 of them. And 4-3 is the first of the 2, which is also the most played scene in this tournament. Like, at least in terms of the number of participants. So yeah, we had 4-3, which was up against 4-5. Okay, so first up with Caballo. Oh no. No. Don't take verticals. Ah. It's just a survival player, I guess. You, in no circumstance in scoring do you want to take verticals without it. Not ever, never, not a single time. It is always a bad thing to do that. Like, this is also the only score that is like super far away from the rest. Like, all the other scores in that were being submitted are pretty close together, but this is a very simple scene actually. It is very self-explanatory. The basic idea is that, you know, you start counting as soon as the bullets start spawning. So it's something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shoots, and that was too early, but that is the idea, and you take the nice shot as well as early as you can, because you will obviously lose score if you let the nice shot go for longer. Next up we have Amlux. Yeah, so this is more like it. Oh, it was pretty close. This was probably the easiest scene in the tournament. Actually, it's very easy to clear. You know, there's not much to say about it. But we're gonna get into a little more of the details in probably some of the next replays. Also, I was supposed to show it again. Let's show it again. I do want to give all of the replays an equal amount of screen time. Although for 12.8 I might just show them once because of the length of the scene. Unless there's some out there that just game over, which I know 2 of them will game over. Though I've actually not spent that much time on this stream yet, so I think I could just show them all twice, honestly. Okay, so here we have a bit of score jump. Probably the last score jump, so to speak. So yeah, here we're getting into more of the detail things, but yeah, okay, there's one thing that he's not doing, but yeah, either way, you do want to get close to Nitori because you're gonna get macro bonus, and the macro bonus is going to give you probably somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 extra score, which you really don't want to miss that. You absolutely want to get it, and there's no reason why you shouldn't. So yeah, these just go for basic, you know, time the nice shot, and that's about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go. Yeah, that's the timing that I use. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You start counting as soon as you hear the bullets spawning, or you see them spawn. I guess you could go for both visual and audio cue. I don't think it really matters. All right, next up we have Hydra with only 1,500 more. Yeah, so he is also not going for risk bonus. Risk bonus is a pretty big component of this scene when it comes to optimizing. But we'll see it in action in the later replays here. Looks like these are not quite going for it, but this replay is going for angle, which does matter. I think in theory you want to go for, like, I don't know, maybe something around a 45-degree angle. I might be wrong. Like, it might be slightly different, but like I think in general the difference in score between angles is not that great. Obviously, you do want to skip the photo when Nitori is this close to the wall. You don't want to cut off the photo. Yeah, these are otherwise just, you know, just good timings, even if not, you know, not perfect. All right, then we have Gebbu, who only just barely scored higher. You know, less than 1,000. Whoa, okay. I think he meant to aim to the right there, but he ended up moving a little bit. It was definitely not on purpose. There's actually one tiny optimization that you can do in this scene, which I think only I and Chum ever did, which is if you get really close to Nitori, you actually lose some boss shot if you don't aim the photo. So you actually want to aim backwards. That being upright if you're upright from the boss, and vice versa. Which that actually does make the scene quite a bit trickier, but I also don't know if it necessarily scores higher every time. I think it depends on the angle a bit too. I don't think... I assume they didn't. Like, I did actually do it, but I started doing it after my PB. I don't think I actually started aiming backwards in my PB yet. It seemed like on this first photo he was trying to aim backwards, but I don't know if that was on purpose or not. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, I didn't review these replays beforehand. Anyway, now we have TSG. Okay, yeah, so you see here, he's going towards these bullets. This is because of risk bonus. So the closer you get to one single bullet, your risk bonus will go up. In this scene, it goes up in increments of 160 per bullet. And the maximum that you can get from one of these bullets is 640. So 640 is what you want to be aiming for. It is a bit tricky to get though, because these bullets actually have very large hitboxes. So getting that close can be pretty risky. TSG is getting pretty lucky on these, the second to fourth photo, but then he got unlucky on the last. Next up we have Sakurai. Okay, he didn't go for the... I guess because of the RNG, just decided to take it anyway. Yeah, that was also not 640, but it was a lucky photo. I guess he just moves straight. Well, actually, you got 640 there. This is kind of surprising, actually, because I guess it's just because of that the bullets start moving down. And yeah, that has killed me quite a bit of times. But I do just try to hug the bullets from the side. What Sakurai was doing seems to sometimes work though, like... At least on one of those photos, he was getting 640 risk bonus when I expected him to not get it. Yeah, so you don't want to be above a bullet like that, because then the risk bonus is only going to decrease. Yeah, this one got 640. So Sakurai got a pretty lucky third and fourth, and a decent last, but it wasn't good enough for 200k. Well, it also depends on how high on the screen you are, because the lower on the screen you are, the more frames will go by that bullets can start moving. Whereas if Nitro is high up on the screen, then the bullets will start to move less. Like all of these bullets start moving down after they've been on screen for a certain number of frames. Also, it looks like Street Machino is actually moving backwards. Oh yeah, and he had a 39, I forgot about that. That is, Yeah, that is a godlike photo. I have never seen a score that high. The highest that I've seen is 37, and that's like not even close. It doesn't even get remotely close to my best. Yeah, so like Street Machino is moving before he aims, which, I mean, this is something that can happen to like newer players who aren't used to aiming backwards, because I had that problem as well when I was new. You see, like on every one of these photos, he's like moving up left for like 1 frame. I mean, I can link him to this part of the VOD. You know, if you put the explanation in the chat about what was wrong, because I wasn't quite paying attention to everything that happened, even though I played the replay twice. Anyway, now comes my run. I am going to hug all of these bullets very closely, like so. Yeah, that one did mess up a little bit. I do sometimes mess up, because, you know, it is a bit tight, and then I skip the photo if the bullet RNG isn't quite preferable. Alright, I got 640. Okay, yeah, I messed that photo up quite big time. I lost bus shot and I timed the photo late. And then I got a super high photo on the last. It's like, alright, I'm not nervous, so now I'm just gonna get this photo out of nowhere, you know, no big deal. I think I also got the highest possible risk bonus from that. It was a high base value and high risk bonus. Like, everything just lined up on that final photo. Oh yeah, like I've seen 64 a few times. I guess you just got unlucky or something, I guess. But yeah, like that 65 is my best. Yeah, it was unfortunate that I messed up this photo. Messed up, got lost at 200. I think I also improved my previous PB by only like 100 points. Like my improvement on this scene was like extremely minor. Like I already had a high 199 and now I get an even higher 199. Would have been even worse if I had 199,999. You know, it's just to kick me in the face. Because it totally could have just given me 32 more points. You know, if the game felt like it. Right, here we have the only 200. I know a lot of people could have gotten 200, but only one of us has gotten the luck required. Because, yeah, unfortunately with this scene, it mostly just comes down to luck. I do think, by the way, that aiming backwards is optimal, because I've actually seen consistently higher photos when aiming backwards. I just think that in my PB, I didn't actually start doing it yet. I started doing it later, I just never improved, because I would always get unlucky or mess up on one of the photos. because like there's not really a clear cue as to when the nice shot appears. You have to base it on when the bullet starts spawning. So you know it's like 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, boom. Yeah, you could have gotten 206 with that if you had my photo, and yeah, like all of these other photos scored high, or you know at least above average. But the first photo, at least in particular, is very high. I think my best is like 33. I think I have, yes, 33, 602. Alright, so there's one more scene left, and that is 12 8s. This was the UFO Classics category, and that is this scene that we played, this PlayStation scene, which was up against this thing, which thankfully we didn't have to play. Or at least personally, I'm thankful for that. Anyway, first one is Caballo. Also, I expect that some of these are not even going to clear. Because probably in terms of clearing, this is the hardest scene in the game. Or, sorry, this is the hardest scene in the tournament. So yeah, this is in every sense of the word survival, because verticals. In fact, like this scene was so difficult that I think I only completed one run. Like I somehow got really lucky early on with the score that I got, and I might have never even completed a run ever since. Or maybe I've completed 1 or 2 more runs. I don't even know. Like this scene doesn't look that hard, but I don't know. I think the part of the reason why I couldn't complete that many runs is because I went for the extra risk of going close to the bullets to like maximize my score more. Because that way you can get more bullets in the photo, and I mean, I guess a little bit of risk bonus, but mostly for the bullets that you get. Alright, next up we have Hydra, and I suspect that this one will game over. Especially if you choose to go for verticals, or horizontally oriented photos like you're supposed to. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what it was trying to do there. Okay, at least it's going down slowly, like you don't want to panic when you're doing this. So when you start to like move unfocused a lot when you're trying to move down like that, you're probably gonna die. Okay, yeah, he's gonna die here. Oh no. I believe TSG game over as well. I think he said that he never actually got the clear. I suspect he didn't enjoy this scene as much either. I think this scene is fun, I just ended up not actually playing it that much because 6-4 took over my interest. Like, had it not been for 6-4, then I would have put my focus on this. Probably. Because I enjoy this scene. Although I will say that I probably performed worse on the whole compared to when I was grinding this last time. So really, like, I just got lucky that I was even able to PB. Which is good, because I actually lost my high score on my score file because of its zombification. Next up we have Pigeon. He is also taking a premature early photo. Not really with the routes. It probably would have been better if you actually tried to copy the routes that the high scoring scores use, even if it meant that you would game over, because that would still make you score higher. Because TSG ended up game overing and he still scored like what, 1.2? Yeah, 1.2 mil. He would have placed quite a bit higher. Because when you end up getting these kinds of photos, it kind of defeats the purpose. It's like the entire right row of photos scores less than one single photo on the first. Well, Pigeon, that is completely untrue, because first of all, when we were voting for scenes, I already put out replays of the highest scoring replays out there as a reference material. Not to mention, the top 3 uses the same strat on Royal Flare. That being T1100, Chum, and me. We all use the same strat, more or less. Or, you know, at least as, like, when it comes to, like, the basic routing, it's exactly the same. So, no. Next up we have Amulets. We're gonna take a photo right there. Uh-oh. Yeah, he lost a 2-shot. This is, by the way, like, this is something that probably a lot of people will stumble upon, is that they will lose 2 shots with Hatate. Well, on this scene, you actually do not want to take the photo while being in focus speed just beforehand. You actually want to be in charge speed. Because if you do that beforehand and then approach to take the photo, the photo frame will actually be closer to Hatate compared to had you not used charge speed at all. What you need to do to not lose the 2 shots. It's like if you use the focused movement strat, then 99% of the time you're going to lose the 2 shot, whereas using charge speed, you are 99% likely to get the 2 shots. Anyway, yeah, when we get to TSG's replay, I assume that's when I can start describing the strats. Since I can't really commentate over this kind of thing, because it's just completely foreign. I mean, the only thing I can say about it is that it's not what you want to do, especially when you start using verticals. Like, at least like when it comes to Hatate, if you start using verticals, you're playing the scene wrong, no matter which scene it is. Because it's always worse to score that way. You just lose too much. Like, it is better to lose the 2-shot than to miss all of the angle bonus. Also, you know, when it comes to this scene, it is quite infamous, but I mean, I think we can all agree that the infamous part simply just has to do with the concept of this scene. Because it's like, you know, PlayStation buttons, like, whoa. Fun stuff, but you know, when you're actually playing the scene, it's not the same fun factor. Anyway, now we have Gebbu's run. And yeah, this is also not quite the strat yet, but it is getting closer to what it's... Okay. I think he moved backwards. Okay, yeah, you skipped that photo. That was probably good. When you're being pinned down like that, you want to skip the photo. You don't want to try to take it. I mean, you should skip this one too. These star hitboxes, by the way, are probably like about twice the size of those in IN. They are about as big as the sprites themselves. It's like only the pointy parts of the stars aren't in the hitbox, but the rest is. So it can very easily kill you, and generally it is best to go through the circles over the triangles and squares, because the gaps between them is much smaller, and you actually ideally want to use charge speed to go through them. I think that is at least a better way of going on about this. Yeah, like this is improvised, obviously. Next up we have TSG. Also, just for the record, you're not supposed, like, when you're going for high score, the really high scores, you're not supposed to take that photo either, that first one. So yeah, TSG is going for the route, but what he's doing is actually just taking the photo from a stationary spot, which, in terms of survival, is actually very consistent. So what TSG is doing right here, I would have actually recommended that people did, because it just makes it way less likely that you will end up dying. Because this way you don't have to deal with the subtleties of the movement that you have to do before the photo, you just take it from a standstill. And yeah, so the reason that this works is because, like, when you misdirect Nue, you need to misdirect Nue to close to the edge of the screen, but not quite. Like, you need to position her in a way that, imagine taking the photo from that position while being sideways of her. You need to just barely not cut off the photo. But then what you do is you let her go off screen, like towards the nearest side. And then when she comes back, you take the photo, and this actually minimizes the amount of time that she will be moving before the photo. So that means that there will be more symbols clumped up together. So you need to get her as close to the side as possible without actually creating an opportunity to cut off the photo. Oh, okay, and there he died. Panicked. So yeah, this is a little bit too close to the wall, but the photo can still score high when New is this close to the wall. It's just not ideal. Like, you need to take the entire length of the photo frame into consideration, and that is the amount of space that needs to be between New and the wall, basically. So yeah, that is also too close. You know, these photos are still scoring, you know, like, this is what I wanted to see people do, because this is like a lot simpler than trying to do the optimal strategy, which is way more complicated and also way more likely to kill you. And like, in general, just the defensive approach is also easy to execute. It's just that sometimes, you know, when you start moving up, you can sometimes get blocked by bullets. Because the thing here is, right, like, these bullets, where they spawn is based on Nue's horizontal position, but they can angle slightly to the left or right, and this also plays into how high you're going to score, which we're probably going to see in this next replay, which I presume is going to be stalling quite a bit. This is Chum's replay of just 3.4 mil. So yeah, like, where she's positioned right here, this is more or less perfect. Alright, so, and now what he's doing is he's going into charge speed and then making a sort of a half circle motion, or a quarter circle motion actually, before taking the photo, and that just so happens to make the photo score high. I don't actually know if the quarter circle motion is necessary, but the charge speed thing is definitely necessary, so what he's doing right here, I'm actually going to pause buffer this a little bit. So yeah, here he's going to charge speed, so that is going to make the frame go closer to Aya, or Hatate, I mean. Then he's going to go out of charge speed, and at this point, the frame is still close to Hatate. It is going to go back to going closer to the boss, relatively speaking, but it's not going to be happening quick enough for you to be losing the 2-shot. So when he's moving forward here, so yeah, right now he is not going to lose the 2-shot, but had he gone only into focus speed, then the frame's positioning right now would be further to the left. And if you do that, then you are going to miss the 2-shot, unless you start aiming to the right, which, like, why would you even do that? So yeah, because Chum used charge speed right here, the frame is actually further to the right right now, which is what you want, because you want to ensure that you get the 2 shots. Yeah, he didn't aim the photo. He also got very lucky here with the bullet composition. And so the ideal nice shot that you want to get, you actually want to go for a late nice shot. The ideal that you want to go for that is survivable is like 1.40. He actually got 1.39, which normally you will never survive, but he got lucky. Like, usually when you're getting a nice shot that low, you will then immediately die. Like, the lower your nice shot is going to be, the more likely you are to immediately die afterwards, because New Way will ram you. Also, depending on how high you are relative to New Way, you might actually have to move down instead of up to try to avoid New Way, because you want... You know, like, when you're lower relative to New Way, then moving up means that you need to spend more frames trying to avoid New Way ramming into you. Okay, he actually took that photo. So, when these bullets, when these symbols are moving towards Hatate, you actually want to skip the photo, because it means that these symbols are going to be, you know, jutting outwards too much, and that means that you can't actually get too close to the middle of the pattern, so to speak. And if you choose to take the photo, you are going to lose quite a bit of score. There is the potential that you lose a lot of score if you do that. So ideally you will skip photos if the RNG is bad, because the bullets angle badly. So right here, the RNG looks to be kind of bad, but yeah, he's going for the photo anyway, and that was definitely a mistake. Like, he timed the photo early, and I think the bullet RNG was also bad. Or, you know, you could say the score RNG, so that was definitely never going to score high. Or, you know, at least not, like, top-level scoring in terms of high. Okay, yeah, you skipped that photo. Sometimes when the symbols are also, like, jutting out in an awkward way, you also want to skip the photo. This is in particular the case with the triangles. Like, the triangles, in particular, can get really in the way. You also don't want to be going through these symbols to be able to take the photo, obviously. Yeah, this looks better. Yeah, there we go. Also, like, you do want to get 2.0 boss shot if you can. But you can't get 2.0 boss shot and 1.5 boss shot. You have to lose multiplier or on one or the other, or both. But, you know, as long as you get around 2.0 boss shot and around 1.4-ish nice shot, then that is good. That is what you want to see. However, like, timing the photo on this is unfortunately really hard. And again, I don't think there's really a timing mechanism that you can use that involves counting. Unless there is a way, and I just don't know what it is, but I just kind of do it by visual cue and just kind of by, you know, brute force learning the timing. But it's not perfect, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, so he decided to not risk that. But he's going to have to take this next photo, or else he will time out. You know, it's funny, like, even though this is the longest scene in the game, it's still very easy to time out on the scene if you're doing this at a top level. We're just gonna play it again. I mean, these are the last 2 replays of the stream anyway, so I don't really see the harm in it. And it's not like I'm completely dead on commentary. I can at least tell you guys that my run is going to be extremely similar, actually, in terms of the photos that I get. It just so happened to score slightly higher. It is kind of like 9.6 I have during the first STS, because I also got similar photos there. I just scored slightly higher than Shum did. Yeah, so for example, this photo probably could have scored higher because Chum lost some boss shot multiplier. Like, optimally, you don't lose any boss shot multiplier here. But it's kind of impossible to like get consistent at that. Like, you just kind of have to accept that you're going to lose some multiplier sometimes, but you know, for one that scored, that got less than 1.9 boss shot multiplier, it actually still scored quite high at the 6th photo. But this photo was just a bit unfortunate, this one. But you know, like if you look at the luck that Chum got throughout the rest of this replay, you could imagine that maybe he would have timed out had he not taken that photo. Or, you know, he might have had to compromise with a different suboptimal scoring photo. Like that one, for example, maybe. But yeah, like if you're not playing at a high level and you just take the photo when it looks convenient to take it from a survival aspect, then you don't really have to worry about timing out. Like my old PB from like 3.3 million, it just took the photo if there were no bullets actively in the way. And with that run I had 64 seconds left, which is actually quite long because I skipped still quite a number of photos because of the survival aspect. Like a lot of bullets were just in the way and I actually could not even take the photo because I got pinned down by the bullets. Like this is that's just a thing that happens more and more often the later into these photos you get, because the spawn rates increases with every new photo. So, and I believe you should score roughly 18k higher on average after every next photo. So like the best, a really high photo on the first would be 300k, then on photo 2 it would be 318, then 336, 354, 372, and so on. And the highest photo that I've seen on this, that I got myself, was like a 368 on the last, which unfortunately is a best photo that got lost. But that is just to demonstrate at least how high you can score. And Chum here got a 440, a 443. Alright, and now it's time for the last replay, which is going to be extremely similar, except that scored like 11k higher. And yeah, in terms of strategy, there's basically nothing different about this run. Like, maybe the movement pattern is maybe ever so slightly different, because I do believe that Chum's circle movement was a lot less movement intensive as mine was. Like, I would move for more frames than Chum did. So like my half circle, my quarter circle ended up being wider, so to speak. So yeah, skipping that one. I guess there's one other thing that I did different. That's where the defense is, because the faster or the more bullets start spawning, the more you can actually afford to aim your defensives. Because otherwise, like normally with like the early photos, if you start aiming a lot, you might not be able to get enough charge back in time, or it will be kind of awkward maybe. But if you delete a lot of bullets, you can actually afford to aim a lot, which might make the survival a bit easier. So, like, in general, I aim my defenses more than Chum did as well. Which, it works, so... Yeah, and I didn't take that photo because the circle was jutting out too much to the right, so I didn't want to go through it. Like, I just wanted to avoid going through symbols as much as I could because of how large the risk is of dying. Normally I would not have actually taken that photo, but it actually kind of worked out. Like, I also angled the photo, which I believe is also worse. But I guess I got a bit lucky on that photo. That was very good RNG, by the way. Like, you want to see the symbols move all straight down, ideally. Like, that would be perfect RNG. But obviously in practice, it doesn't work that way. So yeah, so obviously I was gonna skip that one because you saw how far those circles were moving away from the wall towards Aya. Okay, yeah, I'm skipping this one because I couldn't get up in time. That was scary. Yeah, and this wasn't. I also messed up the 8th photo big time. I actually got a 1.69 bot shot, which is actually the lowest I've ever seen. Like, I didn't know it was possible to get a boss shot that low and actually have it get the nice shot, so I must have just barely gotten the nice shot at all. I actually lost a potential 3.5 million run with that. Which it was quite unfortunate. Like, that was just timing. Like, I just timed that extremely badly. But you know, so it goes. Like, the thing is, if you time too late, you're dead. So, like, which of the two are you going to pick? Like, it's better to overcompensate with early timing than to overcompensate with a late timing. Because if you time too late, you're dead. Like, in theory, you can time the photo later on the last photo, but, like, you're not going to practice that, you know, just for the last photo. Unless you want to go truly EA level of hard score on on this scene. EA would have had 3.6 million on this scene. At least. You know, if he even played DS at all, because unfortunately he doesn't. His heart belongs to shoot the bullet. Also, the reason why I think that I didn't play it during this shoot the spoiler is because at the time he was streaming a game called Diadra Empty, which I think is like some horizontal shmup. So my guess is that he wanted to focus on whatever he was doing there and not get distracted by shoot the spoiler. So the fact that he didn't play was probably just a byproduct of bad timing on his end. Because he was focusing on that thing and not this. Or, you know, he probably just chose not focus on 2 games at the same time, which, you know, that is fair. Like, since Shoot the Spoiler was planned anyway, I refused to try to work on anything serious beforehand, and then be forced to, like, have to, like, either abandon what I was doing, or do both Shoot the Spoiler and whatever goal I was after at the same time, which I probably would not have enjoyed doing. At least the last known time that we know that Ia has played was during last STS. Yeah, like, I don't think that Ia just, you know, straight up stopped playing, so. I think Ia has streamed Shoot the Bullet a little bit after STS, maybe. Also, there's the possibility that he's playing off stream. You know, like, even now, so. And, you know, it's not like Ia didn't know about Shoot the Spoiler, because I know that Ia has been watching mine and Chump's streams. Especially mine, I think. So it's not like he was unaware of it, even though he never showed his face on Discord at all. He was undoubtedly aware of it, so he, you know, he just deliberately chose not to play, which, you know, is totally fair. Yep, and that was it. Those were all of the replays from this Shoot the Spoiler. So, oh yeah, I'll link that. Let me see here. There we go. For a while, he actually streamed without a category, so his stream was extremely secret, and only a few of us knew about his existence of, you know, him streaming. But since like I don't know the past 6 months or so, he has streamed with category, so he's no longer invisible, pretty much. Yeah, he was doing some RTA stuff with another game. All right, so before we end things off, is there anything? Are there any questions about any of the scenes? Maybe something STS related, or is there something that I should demonstrate? Anything that I missed? Anything? Giving you guys a minute to think about it. Otherwise, that is it. That definitely did not last 6 hours as I expected. If we just go through the replays real fast, we don't need to, have as much idle time, I guess. And I'm pretty happy with my commentary. I think I did a good job getting the details across for the most part, and also putting up some demonstrations and screenshots and whatnot. Because like for example, that thing with the wiggling with the bullets, I did not know about that. Like before starting to play 10.8, I had no idea. And for example, in the last Shoot the Spoiler, when we were playing 1.5, the wriggle scene, on that scene, what you want to do is actually move backwards, so the frame moves up towards the boss. I think before then, I also didn't know that detail. So, there's quite a bit that goes into these games, and it's kind of funny to see, these tiny details about Shoot the Bullet that actually make this game still pretty deep, even if it's not nearly as deep as Double Spoiler. Yeah, I mean, most people are that, obviously I had no idea, but I assume that 99.9% of people just straight up didn't notice or didn't even think about it or thought that it was normal, Yeah, I guess there's nothing I need to touch on with the stream, so I guess it is over. As we all know, there's probably not going to be another STS. However, there still could be one if Chum feels generous about it. Or I could just host it completely myself. Because, even if no new players appear, I still think it is a good thing for these events to take place, because the most dedicated people, for one thing, they really do want to play. And second of all, it actually gives some opportunity for new strats to come around that actually move this game forward overall, because in the end we have new strats for 5.4 and 6.4, which put both the scenes potentials up quite a bit. I could have never seen 900k coming at all. I thought 700 is maybe my limit, but no, I just blew that out of the water. But it's things like that. The people who are dedicated, they do definitely enjoy Shoot the Spoiler. Doing it once a year is totally fine, and even if it's just a circle jerk event in the end, like, sure, it doesn't seem right, but you know, the people who play, they do definitely enjoy playing. I wonder if Gebbu should be in Chum's server, or well, sort of Chum's server. This is also where we have photo game discussions outside of Shoot the Spoiler. Maybe you could ask him if he can create an invite for you. You could probably ask him if you want to join the less centralized photo game server, which is definitely way more active than the dedicated server, because the dedicated server will just go dead after STS is over, which is effectively right now. Like, I will highlight this stream and link it to the server, but that's basically going to be the end of the activity on this server, I think, until the server either gets deleted or a new STS happens. It's one of the two. Yeah, like, I do want to see new STS happen. Like, if Chum doesn't want to do it, then I think I will, because I do want to do it. Like, even if it's just to get you know, the dedicated players to play a lot, and you know, maybe potentially raise potential of certain scenes, because even in the first STS we've had some new records, I think. You know, I think just in general, just in the long term, I think that is worth it. You know, just to get progress in this game. Because, you know, that progress that we get is timeless, you know? Like, that progress that we made to move these scenes forward is going to be there forever. That progress is not gonna go away. Yeah. Anyway, that is going to be it for me. Maybe in the near future, I might try to stream 6-4 with Hatate, trying to see what I can do with that, with the new strat on that. Because I think the record should be able to reach 1 million with this, with the strat if used with Hatate. I just don't know how hard it's gonna be, so I'm gonna have to like just play around with it, but that is something that I might consider streaming next. And well, we'll see how long I'll stick with it. So, you know, if you want to see more photo game stuff, then you can look out for that. But yeah, that is going to be it. Thanks for watching, and see you guys later.